Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah. Ubaga health workers working under the Universal Health Coverage, that is UHC scheme, have vowed to continue their strike until their grievances are addressed, protesting outside Parliament after more than 4 weeks of strike. The workers, who yesterday presented their grievances to the Senate, have criticised members of Parliament for failing to allocate funds to secure their permanent employment with pensions. Non-Secretary General Seth Panyako says there has been no effort to address their demands despite being on strike since last month.
Comrade power! Power! Comrade power! Power! PNP! Ukienda Afya House wanakubaliana na sisi. Ukienda Public Service Commission wanakubaliana na sisi. COG wanakubaliana na sisi. Shida ni nini? Shida inakuwa ni Senate na Parliament kutoweka pesa kwa budget ya kuabsorb hawa. Commission imeandika barua ikasema kuendelea kuwaweka katika hizi kandarasi ni kinyume na sheria. Serikali yenyewe imesema hivyo. Tunashangaa saa hizi wanahitaji tu bilioni 2.
Also speaking after receiving the workers' grievances, Kakamega Senator Boni Holwele and his Marsabit counterpart Mohammed Shute have vowed to present them to Parliament and monitor to ensure a solution is found.
Parliamentary processes take a little bit of time. Your process is being processed. Number 2, this is the right time because we have now started the budget cycle. We are speaking to something called budget policy statement.
Wale watu wangefaa kutetea nyinyi, saa hii wamefichika kwa hiyo nyumba, wako hapo wameshikana wakisema UDA na UDM ODM. Sasa sisi ambaye tunaogopa Mwenyezi Mungu ndio tutawatetea mpaka haki yenu ipatikane.
The strike has already affected health services across various public hospitals, even as the government requested for 21 days to resolve the officers' grievances. Tensions remain high in Kawap, Baragoi, Samburu County following the killing of 5 people and the serious injury of 6 others. In the latest incident, poachers have invaded the area and terrorized residents by firing guns before disappearing with hundreds of livestock.
Tunasikitika sana kuhusu vita ambayo inaendelea kwa sababu ndugu zetu wanauliwa, ng'ombe zetu zinashukuliwa.
Stories za vita. Watu wanauana hapa hadi ujinga. Ng'ombe unasikia imeenda. Muhimu tungependa kuambia serikali ya Rais Ruto atuangalie bana.
And the injured are being treated at Baragoi Sub-County Hospital and Samburu Referral Hospital.
Tulipofungua ng'ombe kwenda kushinga, tulifamiwa na ni watu kama 600. Tuliweza kupigwa risasi sisi karibu watu 6, na wengine wakabaki Baragoi, na wengine wakaletwa Maralal, na wengine akagea barabara ya Marti tukiwa tunakuja Maralal.
Kwa jumla ni walikuwa 6, 3 wako Baragoi, 2 wako hapa County Referral Hospital na mmoja aliaga njiani wakikuja.
The resurgence of cattle rustling has sparked panic among residents who had been calm for about 2 years after security forces were deployed to the area.
Tunasikianga mkono ya serikali ni refu na tunaamini hivyo kama vile sisi tunaamini Mwenyezi Mungu. Sasa tunaamini serikali wanaweza fanya hii jambo kunyang'anya watu pinduki. Waashe kufanya hii mambo ya kuua watu na kunyang'anyana ng'ombe sababu hii pinduki ndio inatusumbua sana hii area yetu.
Detectives at Nairobi's Langata police station are investigating the circumstances under which a 19-year-old Form 4 leaver died mysteriously while celebrating her birthday at her boyfriend's house. Police say they were called to a house in Bagathi where the death was reported to have occurred and there was little evidence to ascertain the cause. Investigators say they are relying on toxicology tests to determine the cause of her death. The Form 4 leaver is said to have left her parents' home to celebrate her birthday with friends. In a group of 5, they proceeded to a popular joint along Langata Road where the celebration began. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
102.5 SpiceFM Kisumu.
Are you ready? Okay.
SpiceFM.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day. Spice FM. Spice up your life.
It's critical that people pay taxes. But then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
With politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Getting into the very beginning of Wednesday, let's take a quick look at what's happening with traffic on the roads today. And as usual, as would be expected, coming off a thicker superhighway, we've got a little bit of that as you get towards the survey. We're going to see a build-up as you come in then from Githurai, and it's already starting this morning. Let's look on the opposite side of it, and on the southern bypass, not too much clicking. We'll see some traffic on Kangunda Road as usual, getting towards the Outer Ring Junction. But apart from that, it looks like Wednesday will not look too bad in terms of traffic, at least at this hour. Let's see how it opens up as we get into things, and we'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning at 9 minutes after 6 o'clock on 12th, day of March, and we're getting to the peak of the week, and another day, another opportunity, another chance to do things and do them right. Getting into it this morning, Aseto, good morning.
Good morning. Habari yako?
Salama kabisa.
Nashukuru.
Mimi unaniuliza ama unasema wewe unashukuru?
Unashukuru.
Nashukuru.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Nashukuru.
Good student.
Thanks, please. In all things, give thanks. Sindio?
Give thanks.
City,
Uko
good morning.
salama?
Me, Niko Salama.
As you can see.
You two are a good student.
You know, it's only in Kenya where we punctuate every other word with the please.
Yes, please.
Thank you, please.
Are you well? Yeah, you well?
Yes,
please. It's polite. Huh?
Is it polite?
Well, it's something. You needed something to put at the end of it.
Yes, I'm okay, please.
On that note, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you, please.
You have a song to sing?
No, please.
Do you?
No, you know, you can hear her, but you can't see her. So, there's a way we are going to start the day.
Okay.
And she has decided this is the way we are going to start the day. Ednah, take it away.
A bit. There's like a crescendo that follows after this one.
Yes.
That one.
Take it away, Ednah.
Nairobi, Mombasa, Kakamega, Kisumu, Isimu, Ngoma, Nakuru, Malindi, Kilifi, Meru, Namanga, Masaku.
Hapo kwa Kisii, Masaku. I love it. Wimbo ni sabuni ya roho.
When did it stop being pesa ni sabuni ya roho?
I don't know, but there's something about music, isn't it? Especially when, you know, the certain messages come in. Inaweza safisha roho uanze tena asubuhi. Proper. Na sasa hizi vitu tunapata wapi? Inasaidia watu ndio sasa tuanze tena, si ndio?
Well, you've been just sitting here. Why are you breathing as though you've been running?
No, you know, not just I just had a revelation. Sasa kila kitu inatoka. Kila kitu inatoka. Nakwambia.
You're the moment.
I'm feeling lighter.
Sabuni ya roho.
I'm telling you. Ni mzuri sana.
Tamu.
Kabisa. Sasa ulikuwa umetuambia you're fine, thank you please.
Yes, no, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, please.
Yes.
Another day, another opportunity in Kenya on Kenya's biggest conversation. This is a Situation Room. It's 13 minutes after 6 o'clock. No matter what it was, no matter what it is, we get into it today, and another opportunity to climb over that hill and to level those valleys, and to level those mountains and to fill those valleys. Cindy, a number of conversations that we'll have today. Let me tell you what some of those are. At 7 o'clock this morning, the principal secretary in the State Department for Internal Security and National Administration, the Dr. Raymond Omolo, will be with us at 7 o'clock. And we'll be looking at the balance between internal and external security. There are many issues for us to look over. We'll be looking at quite a number of those with the PS when he joins us at 7 o'clock. And then, so yes, there was a pact. We know that. And, you know, we can still continue looking at the intrigues of it because it's going to form a lot of what will happen in the next coming months. What UDA and the ODM MOU means for the country ahead of the 2027 elections. Now, directly towards the election in 2027, we can't run away from the fact that we are in campaign mode. And Joshua Odhiambo Nyamori is a governance and policy expert, and he'll join us for that conversation at 8. And then Abdullahi Alas is the executive director of Elite Crew Consulting Limited. He's often had built conversations with us over certain things, and today we'll be talking about the nullification of the Northeastern 2019 census results and what it means exactly, all in line again with the elections that come in 2027. So those are the conversations that we will be having today, and we're getting into it proper this morning. And as we do, thank you always for being here with us. Our live streams are up on YouTube and on Facebook and on X, and joined by our audiences on KTN. Is that TV that is talking?
Yeah, the TV is talking. Is it one of those TVs where should I go and slap it or something?
If you say TV stop talking, then it answers sorry.
You talk to me.
I don't know if it's
yeah, I'm not in the habit of talking to TVs.
Because people might wonder a thing or two or three about you. Abi? Yeah. All right. People are here and already clicking into the room this morning. If you're on our live streams on YouTube and Facebook, Salimiana Kwahewa, good morning. Yes, and clicking into it this morning, the 1 million chapati machine. Have you guys heard about it?
Oh, no. Yes, the conveyor belt machine.
There's going to be a conveyor belt chapati machine producing 1 million chapatis per day.
Why are you looking surprised? I mean, if I don't know, I don't know.
The president said yesterday that it's coming.
But that's fine then.
Sindo?
I just didn't know.
Oh, yeah. Chapati.
Yes. But now you've told me I have heard. The believability factor is a completely different matter, but I have heard you.
Chapati kwa wengi.
I have heard.
Inakuja.
Why don't they bring a machine that will make cakes by the millions?
I love ile kando beef stew packet.
Yes. So ikuje tu na madondo
kando. Ready to go. Ready to go. We see you, Don Savo, and good morning. Desmond Otis says, everybody under the roof, hello to every listener and viewers. How is Auntie Anki doing? She's all right. Actually, I had a word with her yesterday. She's not feeling too well, but, prayers up for her. Michael Olande says, good morning. It's cool here in Kigali, is it now? Good morning to you. Salamu kutoka Dayton, Minnesota. Cyprian, we see you. Good morning. Robert Mbogo is also tuned in from Ombaso. Abana, Kisi, I will learn this Kisi by fire, by force. And if I butcher it, just don't be angry. Sawa? Abana baminto bwakire.
Bwakire, wuya.
Thanks. Yo, ndio nilikuwa nataka kusema pia on the other end. Monica Oile says, good morning, Spices, from a rainy Ottawa. Man, you guys take it, right? It's raining. Then there's snow like 2 meters high. You can't open your doors. And then no sooner than has the rain start, the snow, then the rain comes. Poleni sana. Chris Morris says, good morning. Excuse me. Stanley Ngasha is tuned in this morning and says, the killings in Turkana, Samburu can't continue being treated as normal. They indeed cannot. Good morning, tuned into Spice. This is Jose Mahinda says, good morning. Ann Gore says, Chamge, my beautiful people. Greetings from the beautiful city of Nairobi. You are still here with us, and this is great. Good morning, people. Good morning to you too, Malungu. Leo says, good morning, Princess Ndutsiti and Aseto. What can the more than 500 million shillings for chapati implementation do for the kids other than giving them chapo? Can you do something else for them apart from chapati? Ruto's speeches are that of a politician seeking election. Okay, sawa. Joe Mungai is tuned in this morning from Bonnie Lake. And anasema, Raila ni kama anaruka William. Aki siasa. God, the paint has not dried on the wall.
It's haki siasa, haki wa Kenya.
Already.
You see, you conclude.
Immediately, without giving it a thought. Salamu nyingi kutoka Memphis, Tennessee. Baba amebadilisha msimamo. Oui. Okay. Good morning, my good people, says Georgia Koth. Good morning to you. Lakini, these are politicians. They think Kenyans are so ignorant, they can't see and think. Yeah, to an extent they do. Albert is asking me to ask CT if he knows a place called Murima in Likoni in Mombasa. It's believed that Mzee Jomo Kenyatta died there. Unajua?
That's in Kwale.
It's in Kwale, it's not in Mombasa.
Yes.
Okay, sir. But you know of the place?
Yes.
Okay. Geoffrey Magaka says, good morning. Good morning all from Makindu. And this money for buying chapati machine, is it from our tax? Oh, where else did you think it's coming from? Lakini kwa chapati 1 million. Unaweza kosa hata moja. Let's eat chapati, my people. Have a nice day. To you too, George. Erica War is tuning in this morning. Oyawe Uru, tuning in from Tudor, Mombasa, says Dr. Venvic. Good morning, Spice team. I love your morning vibes. Pass my special greetings to Ednah. This is from Peter. Ednah, greetings have been passed, and she's sending you a love sign. As in, thanks.
And fireworks too.
Bas, and those fireworks. You tuned in and you're waiting for the hot topic. It's coming. Tune in from Kitengela. This is Ivan Omondi Odera. Good morning to you. Getting you loud and clear from Atiak in Uganda is Hisa Daniel. Mutuflani is also tuned in and he says, we have taken over your radio. Good. It's very good. Good morning, Spice. Looking forward to today's conversation, says James. Good morning to you too. Good morning from Doha, Princess Ndu. Good morning, Dennis and CT. Have a nice day. Greetings, Spices. Yesterday night it rained cats and dogs. Really?
Where?
But in Kenya, jana kulinyesha chapo na ndengu. He's tuned in from somewhere where it was, I don't know. Sandra Sheria says, good morning, Costa Rica's in the house. Agola says, greetings, please. Thank you, please. Greetings to you, please.
We see you, please.
We see you, please. Sasa Agola anapenda sana hiyo wimbo ulicheza leo asubuhi, Ednah. Umefanya kitu mzuri sana. Good morning, Spice Crew. Tuned in from Kushland, Uhabeshi. Good morning to you. Omar Samba
Mapangala.
That's exactly what I was saying. Otwere. Good morning, all. That was a beautiful start. Indeed, it was. CT, now they've spelled your name as TC, but it is okay because you understand what they mean, right? And they're asking you to please dance. Let's dance.
Dance.
Let's dance.
I was dancing.
Shake a leg.
Exactly.
I was shaking a neck.
Shaking something. Sammy Lidanya says, good morning, people. Have a blessed day, and to you too. We need a SpiceFM of rendition of that song recorded in Doha. Is that an invitation? SpiceFM tuned in from northern Doha. Morning yesterday, Barack Muluka oozed. He oozed, Sindio, but it still spews our wisdom. Good morning, Joseph. Hey, there's so many people online this morning. We see you. Adero, Rogers, Godfrey, Sir George Kashoriri. Good morning. Bathsheba, Agakomondi, Tibbs Muge, Mr. Henry, Mestroy Vids. Good morning. As well as to you, Chef Sach Davis Mudhoka. Everybody, Karibuni Sana. And thanks for joining us every morning as you do. And as indeed, very lovely to have you in the room every day that we do, and we don't take it for granted at all. Okay, CT, we went to Gabon. Today's proverb.
We're still in Gabon. We're still in the Coup Belt. We are still there.
Okay.
To one who does not know, a small garden is a forest. To one who does not know, a pimple is a boil.
Yeah, it is. It's all perspective, isn't it? It's from your perspective. Until you see or know more, your perspective is your reality.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. To him who does not know, someone who tells you off is your enemy. Whereas that is the one who is your friend.
That is your actual friend.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Doesn't want you to get deeper in the water.
And the list goes on and on.
On and on and on and on and on.
Is there anything that a song hasn't been sung about?
No, I don't think so. No. Yeah. There's a song for everything. Everything and everybody has a song. On that note, shall we look into the headlines? On the front page of The Standard, Kenya's bold newspaper, Raila grows cold feet. Okay. Days after signing a deal with the government, opposition leader Raila Odinga, still being called opposition leader, is sending mixed signals about the agreement in response to vocal displeasure about his supporters and ODM leaders giving Ruto's Nairobi tour a wide berth. Raila appears to be backtracking, saying they entered into the pact for the sake of citizens and should be judged in 2027. Opinions are divided on this shift in tone, and it remains to be seen how it will be received. He said yesterday in Kiambu, and I quote, "Who have I betrayed? I have betrayed no one."
Who said this?
Raila Odinga.
He said,
"Yeah, we as ODM have a stand, customs and ideals. I have told Ruto that Shah has a problem. It must be corrected. The taxes being imposed on Kenyans are also high, especially one on the houses. These things cannot be corrected when you are relaxed. You must go inside and tell them what to do, and you place them there, and you place people there to address the problems." Edwin Sifuna Friday said, "We have taken the liberty to read out this memorandum of understanding so that we are all clear on what it is and what it is not." Sawa.
staff.
We look into the details of that story. Salary shocker for workers joining SHA. Staff deployed to the Social Health Authority from the now defunct NHIF are reportedly demoralized following huge salary cuts.
What would be more demoralizing, a salary cut or no job?
Or no job at all.
Because that is also an option.
Oof, I know. Either way, it'll put some hair on your chest, man. Sunroof politics. Ruto engages in early campaigns. Yes, this week has been quite something for him. He's been, you know, everywhere. And it seems like it's still continuing. Now, you see that tour that he did of the coast. He did before that a tour of Northeastern. He was in Bungoma and the likes before that. Now this is the Nairobi region's turn to get, the thing. That's where we are.
Sunroof politics. That would be close to 8 years of sunroof politics.
It goes on.
Both as deputy president and currently as president. Daily Nation, smack in the middle. Ruto man opens up on 123 million shilling spying software now. Mr. Eric Ngeno, President William Ruto's speechwriter, has claimed that tycoon Jayesh Saini's prodding triggered a fallout with Kenyan-Canadian Mary Washuka over a multi-million shilling spying software. Mr. Ngeno is fighting off a compensation claim by the businessman. And as well as Raila, it is Ruto who came for me, Pact aimed at solving the country's problems. And state wants extra 32 billion shillings to covert security operations. The government wants to invest more in the security. We shall be having that discussion with our PS Interior at that time when it comes. That is from 7.
Yes.
And Lent meets Ramadan in hum of faith, love and devotion. Rironi Mau Summit project to begin in June. Road construction is expected to be completed in June of 2027. Now, pay rise for teachers in TSC's 17 billion shillings extra budget. Now, the Teacher Service Commission is seeking parliamentary approval for 17 billion shillings to, among others, implement the second phase of the 2021-2025 collective bargaining agreement. TSC finally coming through for teachers, ensuring that they get the pay rise according to the agreed CBA. CT?
Business Daily. Kenyans have been asking why they cannot feel the impact of low inflation in their pocket. What can be done to lift the gloom? This is a quotation from a write-up that one Nderitu Mureithi has penned on page 9 of the Business Daily. Firms face KRA bank freeze for unremitted staff pension. This one needs thinking because it could be good news, it could be not very good news. But there it is. That's what they're trying to. Meaning, companies that have deducted money from their employees but have not remitted it. Okay. So now if you freeze, all right, fine.
You freeze what?
Right, bank accounts.
Of the who? Of the individuals?
No,
of the company. Okay.
You don't remit money as we
hold
your
it.
bank account, so you can't transact. Yes, it's called an agency notice. Yes. Right. Mobius Motors Middle East buyer finally revealed. There is a firm called Mobius Motor Kenya. Apparently somebody was trying to acquire it from the Middle East, and now it has been fully acquired. Okay? It's the Middle East-based investment and technology firm called Silver Box, not Fox, Box. Okay? Right. In a transaction set to revitalize the sinking car brand, right? Yeah. They have nice-looking cars.
They do, actually.
Very nice-looking cars.
Some cute, compact-looking things.
Yes.
Kenya.
Really good. NSE secondary bond trading surges on premium returns. Okay, meaning people normally invest in the NSE.
Nairobi Stock Exchange?
Yeah, in the wheel. I was looking for what it meant. I was thinking, Nairobi. Anyway, more people are now investing. Okay, meaning the activity has increased, all right? Kenya loses 2 billion war. Let me read this again. Kenya loses 2 billion as war closes BAT Sudan plant.
Oh, okay.
Kenya lost nearly 2 billion shillings in tobacco exports to Sudan in the aftermath of the deadly war that led to the shutdown of the BAT plant in Khartoum. Okay? Wow. Not good for us.
No.
CBK's 7.5 billion license fees signal costly bank loans. What on earth are they talking about? They're saying banks to pass annual fee increase to customers. Oh, the cost of loans is set to rise again as the Central Bank of Kenya prepares to increase annual licensing fees to 22 times.
But hang on a minute. Folks who are yet to lower their rates because of the CBK lowering of the base LR have not done that. There are a number of them who've not done that yet. And then you're not even out of the water. And then they're saying...
Focus, Ndu. Focus.
I'm trying. But
cost of living has gone down. Muga has gone down.
Okay.
Cost of fuel has gone down.
Okay.
The only thing that has gone up, the central bank wants to increase the licensing fees for banks 22 times. That's it.
22 times, boss.
22 times to 7.5 billion amidst possible resistance from lenders. Okay? Amidst that's
so I should focus.
Yeah, focus. Okay. All right?
I'm trying, man.
Okay. There's a draft regulation about this, okay? But if you look at it, it falls in the larger picture of the government trying to figure out how it is to raise funds.
Funds, yes.
Okay? But these banks keep making money, isn't it?
This is my question.
So they have money,
yeah.
Okay? So they're saying some of this money pay, okay? As what? Licensing fees. Yeah, because that license is what enables you to make the money.
But they're not just going to pay and then sit there and wait for nothing. They're going to pay and then they're going to load whatever they've had to pay on you who's going to come and take a loan tomorrow.
That is what has been said. Banks, they will just pass it on.
Absolutely.
Right. Then, bang in the middle of this particular paper also, remittance fees, by the way, that they received in 2024. This is now CBK was 335 million. Now they're going to get 7.5 billion. That's okay.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Good chunk of change.
Yes. Now there's a picture of the controller of budget, a lady by the name of Margaret Nyakango, and she now protests budget cut in her office. Okay. She said operations at her office could grind to a halt, citing 850 million underfunding in the next financial year. It could grind to a halt. 850 million shillings cut from her budget. Okay.
It's adjusted or it's already been done?
I think it's in the budget.
Next
It's
financial
the budget for this next.
These things, when the bell tolls, you're told in advance this was going to happen. So because budget is budget.
You know, somebody already asked the question that is that a fiscal move or is it a political move?
And how do you differentiate the two?
You can't really, but then if you look at all the hear all the rumblings and murmurings.
But if I may ask the question, I mean, surely, yes, we, the Standard, pictured her and the
Auditor General as heroines, yes.
Yes, as a magnificent duo, and they are. But were we being told by the controller of budget that these monies we keep speaking of were removed without her authorization? Is that what we're being told? Because control of budget, simply put, in the simplest of languages, if she doesn't authorize it, it doesn't leave.
Yes.
This is what they were saying is that even if it does leave, the county governments, governors complaining that within the office of the control of budget, there's somebody who's going to ask you to hive off something in order to have the money to come out.
And how is that the problem of the control of...
This is what her question was. And she asked the question, did you ever raise it?
Yeah.
When you are being asked to give 20% of whatever monies were coming out, if you're saying it's coming from my office, did you ever ask? Did you ever say, hold on, why should, if you're releasing 10 billion shillings to my county as you should, did you ever come out and say, hey, somebody's asking me for $1 million or somebody's asking me for... You've never complained until now. I give a report about lack of absorption of funds, or I give a report about, inadequacies in your reporting, and then that is when now you come and tell me, hey, you guys, even when you're giving us money, you want us to bribe you.
The inadequacies you talk about come from your office.
You see?
The question would also be asked, do you have a tight rein on your office?
On your officers?
Do you know what your officers do? Because these complaints, by the way, they didn't start yesterday.
No, they didn't.
They have been there for the longest time. Even this if miss on, if miss off thing. Okay? It has been said. The truth I am not certain about the cartel. They tell you when they're switching it on, they tell you when they're switching it off, they're telling you it is one massive circus, according to what we hear.
Yeah.
Whether it's really a circus, I don't know.
Yeah.
That was Business Daily.
Yes.
Star.
Do we have Till Green today?
This thing is now, today's Wednesday. Yesterday is when it was free. Today and tomorrow, Till Green disappeared.
They stopped doing Till Green for us. Taking away our joy.
Yeah, what we have on the right-hand corner top, we are on track. President William Ruto's midterm scorecard. They have it. Me, that thing that tickled me completely, this, and I must tell you, they have built 6-foot bridges.
Hold on. You know punctuation matters. So have they built bridges that are 6 feet high? Or have they built footbridges
the
6 in number?
Of footbridges that they have built. 6. There's a list of many things. People placed in housing, houses built, maize production. All these things are there. But the one which caught my attention, was the footbridges. And yes.
Oh,
6.
hang on. This is as per one of the things that they've done.
Yes. This is what you call track
They've built 6-foot bridges.
Yes.
Lovely. Where are they? Or you'll tell us that story as we get into the details.
No, I won't. I've finished that story. 6-foot bridges.
6 of them.
I'm not going to elaborate. There's a story here of a young lady who was in Vietnam. She's on death row because it is said that she was trafficking in drugs. There are countries on this planet, Malaysia,
China,
Cambodia, Vietnam. They catch you, you're dead.
You're done. You're done. No question.
No,
somebody was looking at my bag.
But also, some of these countries, it is said, are also some of the biggest producers of some of these drugs. The plants from which you derive this and this and the other. But if you're caught,
it becomes a whole different
dead you are. Right, that's a story. But then back in the middle of the paper, Bungoma MPs rally to the defense of the health secretary, where Tangula MPs accuse CS of fighting Baraza.
Okay.
I was thinking of something pleasant to say about the CS. I am still thinking.
Okay, maybe we'll take a break and then you can maybe have thought of something.
Yes.
Okay, let's take a look at what's happening with traffic. It's 24 minutes to 7 o'clock and taking a look into the headlines. We'll come back and look into those stories in more detail. Don't go away.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Dry morning in Nairobi at 16 degrees. We will see highs of 25 and lows of 16. We're looking into what will be cloudy morning in Nyeri, going to highs of 25 today. Looking into Nakuru, currently at 16 degrees, will be sunny through Wednesday, going to highs of 25 and lows of 14. It's 14 and partly cloudy in Eldoret, while Mombasa is cloudy at 27. It's 27 and sunny already in Malindi. 19 and clear into Kisumu, while Kakamega at 19 will be cloudy. It's cloudy at 20 in Kampala, going to highs of 28, while Dar es Salaam at 27, raining heavily this morning, highs of 31. Johannesburg is cloudy at 14 with highs of 23, while Mogadishu sunny at 27 will go to highs of 32. 14 and mostly sunny in Addis Ababa with highs of 25, while Lagos is cloudy at 28, going to highs of 32. It's cloudy at 2.
Spice up your life.
Traffic has built quite some on the Thika Superhighway this morning and is coming in heavy from Githurai past the Kenyatta University junction and then out towards Survey. So we'll have bits and bobs of traffic that have started to build up. Also on Kangunda Road today, touching on Outer Ring, that has also started to do the thing this morning. The Eastern Bypass with traffic through and through, going towards the Cabanas interchange is also pretty busy right about now. Southern Bypass, well, there's your bright spark for the morning because not much happening here. Use that as your scenic route into the city or out beyond through towards Limuru. There's some traffic that's starting to build on Langata Road this morning, but I think we'll be doing okay, at least for now. Folks are getting out and about. Where are you? Hope you're not stuck anywhere. If you are, talk to us about finding an alternate route or share that alternate route that you find with us this morning, and we'll keep things moving this Wednesday. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
21 minutes to 7 o'clock. And as you're clicking into Kenya's biggest conversation this morning, we're looking at the headlines and looking at the stories behind those. Excuse me. So this is a double story here. I'm looking at it in the Standard today. Pay cut for defunct NHIF workers seeking to join new health insurer. And now on the other side, governors missing in action as Kenyans tussle with Shah. Now, there was the question about whether the workers under NHIF with the new system would then make a transition. So, yeah, some of them could make a transition. Some of them are making a transition. But the shock is that staff deployed to the Social Health Authority from the now defunct NHIF are reportedly demoralized following significant salary cuts. This comes after Shah internally advertised key positions with lower salary structures compared to what employees previously earned under NHIF. Before the transition, NHIF, a government parastatal, independently set salaries. However, under Shah, salaries are now determined by the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. Positions advertised so far include that of the CEO, directors, deputy directors and regional managers. It is demoralizing, according to a source at the authority, to work under Shah because of salary cuts. Some employees will have a shortfall of 80,000 shillings to 100,000 shillings. As per, if you move or you take the job, you could get a cut of 100,000 bob. It's going to do a dent, I would say. And so that's what the problem is. At a glance, 1,732 employees have been seconded to Shah from NHIF. 815 is the number of employees required at Shah. 1,966, 1966 is the year that NHIF was established through an act of parliament, and October 1st, 2024 is when Shah officially rolled out repealing NHIF. And 21st of November last year, is when NHIF folded, leaving the operations to Shah. So that's that. And so people are feeling a bit demoralized. While on the other side, they're saying governors are missing. Where did they go? On Saturday, Mercy Kibon took her son to Kibra Kianda Level 4 Hospital with a fever and difficulty breathing. They found no healthcare workers because they're on strike. In despair, she sought help at a private clinic where her son was diagnosed with pneumonia and then treated. According to her, this is not the first time I have missed services here because we are told to buy medicine. But by this time, my son was not even examined because there was no one to attend to him. Her experience reflects the struggles of thousands of Kenyans who rely on level 2, 3 and 4 health facilities for basic diagnosis and treatment. The county-led facilities remain ill-equipped, unable to provide primary health care, regardless of receiving primary health care funds to serve patients in need of basic health care, reducing referrals that congest national hospitals. So when we talk about governors missing here, essentially it's the voice in terms of, so what happens? That many people are turning up to referral hospitals. Many people are turning up to 2, 3, 4 level hospitals and not getting the treatment today. So it continues.
It continues, yet every day when Kenyans raise questions on why Shah is not working, you keep on being told that it's working. So, I mean, it is what it is. Sad, but we hope that it will be fixed. We look at the Daily Nation. Now, the state wants extra 32 billion shillings for secret security operations. Now, the government wants an extra 2 billion for security sector over the next 4 months, which is more than a third of the 88 billion shillings mini budget being considered by the National Assembly. Now, the National Intelligence Services, Ministry of Defence, National Police Services and State Department for Internal Security and National Administration are among those with the biggest allocations in the additional funding to run operations until June 30th. Now, State House at 3.81 billion shillings is also among the select few that have been allocated huge amounts in extra budgets for the current financial year, according to the supplementary budget phase 2 currently being processed by the National Assembly. Pretty much what you're being told is 32 billion shillings for secret security operations needed, including State House, which needs 3.81 billion shillings. For what? No one is saying.
This is an extra amount to what is already there.
Yes.
3.8 billion to State House.
Yes.
Okay. Where's it going to come from?
Taxpayers?
No, the one that they already said is coming from taxpayers is, what was in the budget.
Yeah.
You're going to ask them to give you some more?
Some more, yeah. It is in the, what do you call them? Supplementary
budget that you can come out. Yeah.
Currently being processed.
Jeez Louise.
Yeah, so it's in the pipeline.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jeez Louise.
I couldn't.
Jeez Louise.
Jeez Louise. Hey.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Hiya, Siti. Tell us.
About?
Okay. Wait.
There is a pullout in the Star, and the pullout details what it is that the government of Kenya, it's called a mid-term scorecard, and it is detailed what they've done in agriculture, Ministry of ICT and Technology, what they've done in affordable housing, what they've done in gender, culture and arts, labor and social protection. And there's a picture of a very miserable looking fellow here. There's what they've done in education and the sort of numbers that accompany it. This is a well done. I'm saying well done because this is the government attempting to communicate and it must be applauded. Yes, now the number of people who actually buy the Star are not very many in the country. Perhaps if you could get your troops to get this thing into the vernacular radio stations so that people can know. And when you talk about the developments, the specific areas, so that those in the areas can also know that these things have been done. More importantly, they can verify. But this, kudos. This is good. This is very, very, very good indeed. And it should continue. Yes, it should continue.
100%.
Okay? Right. That having been said...
What are some of those things, though, CT, apart from the 6-foot bridge?
All right. Let me just talk. Mining blue economy, establishment of mineral processing plants to increase local job creation. I don't know where this has been done, but that's what they've said.
Okay.
Provide technical and financial support to small-scale miners. Again, that's what they're saying. I don't know where this has been done. They should explain where. Okay? Expand freshwater and marine fisheries. Expand how? The lake exists, the Indian Ocean exists. Expand what exactly? Okay. Develop fish landing sites and cold storage facilities. This one makes sense, but where exactly? Because they're beaches, they're landing beaches. Where? Okay. Encourage fish processing industries to boost exports. When Lamu Port was built, there were very many landing sites that were then taken up, and there was compensation due to the communities. Has this money been paid? Just asking. It's been paid is good, but has it been paid? All right? Implementing laws and policies to ensure sustainable fishing. I have no idea what this is about. Train more seafarers and place them into international shipping lines. This one I know about. Bandari College has been training people, and many young people have been getting jobs in this particular industry. This I know about. Okay, strengthen coastal surveillance to protect Kenyan maritime resources. Yeah, who is doing this exactly? We know that we did set up Coast Guards.
Coast Guards,
yes, and the government of Japan had been supporting us. They even gave us equipment, something called boats. Okay? Boats were given.
Okay.
Yes, and I know there's an authority that looks after it. I even met the person who's in charge of the Coast Guard, so I know it exists.
Okay.
Yes, Coast Guard, just give us a report of how it is you're doing, what you're doing, people you've found doing. Just let us know what you're doing. You ask for an example, that is an example. Then they talk about national treasury and economic planning. They said these are promises, huh? Yeah.
They're not, okay, sorry.
Okay.
Yes. Promises
that they're going to do.
Yes.
Okay. Fine.
Yeah, but the training of seafarers that is ongoing. I know for a fact it is ongoing. This reviving the economy. Yeah, that one is an ongoing discussion. Enhanced tax collection efficiency. I have heard of enhancing taxes. The efficiency, that one we will yet see, because if it's efficient, then we'll see the taxes increase. Yeah. Reduce fiscal deficit and improve debt system. This one is a bit of a long shot. Increase private sector participation in financing infrastructure projects.
Increase private participation essentially means tax people.
No, it means PPPs.
PPP.
Oh, that kind of inclusion.
Yes, but this PPPs, it is a good thing, and it's something that must be encouraged. But it must be transparent, because if it isn't transparent, then it doesn't make sense. Yes, which means even when you have a PPP, it must be advertised, it must be competitive, and we must know Okay?
Yeah.
Right. Like, for instance, not very long ago, we got some new people from Germany to print our money. That is a PPP, in my opinion. Was it competitive?
That's a good question.
And how much is each note being printed for? Because usually in cents, and the cents are American cents. So is it cheaper than the other one, which was charging, I think, 56 cents to print one note? This one here, how much are we going to be charged? Is it something as low as 4 cents, 5 cents? I mean, what is it? These are things we need to know. So it's done, we understand. Sometimes we don't get, but it doesn't matter. But if you could just give us some details, we'd be better informed, so we wouldn't ask too many questions.
Voila.
Yes.
Is it that we can't just print our own money?
There's something called security. We can. We can. Would you want us to print our money?
Why not?
With in the way you've seen things happen.
I'm trying to be optimistic here.
No. You are not being optimistic. You've entered the realm of magic thinking.
You passed optimism a few clicks behind.
Because I'm just thinking, why incur the cost of 5 cents?
You are going to incur the cost anyway, because first of all, if the equipment for Shah, we're being told, was 105 billion. Okay, now tell me, if you need equipment to print the money, what do you think that equipment will cost?
Let me ask you, have you started printing exam papers in Kenya?
Where?
Voting papers.
Okay.
Where?
I'm just asking. You want to go and start talking about money.
It's good to talk about the printing.
Yeah.
The answer to your question is yes, we can.
We can.
The answer?
Yes.
Simple. Yes, we can. There are facilities in the country even now.
Yes.
Huh? So we print checkbooks. And the security documents.
So you print IDs?
Standard Group newspaper.
No, bro, it's a bit different.
Slightly.
It's a bit different. This one, allow me to educate you. It's a bit different.
Sititafuta kazi bana wewe.
Utaka print wewe? Utaka print.
Tenda.
My advice to you, start with printing fake degree.
So you have to start somewhere. You don't just jump into
Maria, like you say, City, we print our IDs and as well the securities on our IDs. I think it's something we can.
Oh, we can.
That's the thing.
We can. And even as I'm talking to you, there are entities already in the country who can. Okay? So that they can't. They can. Believe me, they can. And the note will be looking as crisp as was that money in my pocket. Oh yes, crisp. Crisp. Look like this. With all the security features, this one has which lion? No, this one doesn't have a lion. This one has a KICC. All I'm saying is that you.
I swear this dude, man. Please, we should save us.
Please finish the phrase. We can, but
we can. Period. We can. The but is why don't we?
Yes.
Raw materials, uncle.
It's paper.
Paper.
It's what it's made from, but doesn't matter. The point I'm trying to make is this: there is a safety element that is perceived to exist when we don't print it ourselves.
Absolutely.
Does that not speak volumes of how much we trust ourselves?
You don't even
now
want
you've
people
landed.
to know. Exactly. You don't even want people to know.
We
What's the
trust
name of that?
ourselves completely. We know what we can do and what we can't do.
Print your money here.
So,
remember those landing sites?
Yes.
Now you've landed.
Now I've landed on the site.
On the site.
So, speaking of sites, there's a guy who decided, you know what? Vigilance in this area where we live is zero.
Yeah.
You've not given us a police post. We don't have a police station. So, you know what? They have a house. And I can now turn it into a police post. Now, you would think it was just your run-of-the-mill guy, but it's actually somebody who's well put together. His name is Collins Letich alias Chepkulei. He's the man behind a private police base at Cherus Shopping Center in Wasingishu County. Now, police have disowned actions by Collins Letich, who set up a police patrol base at the Cherus Shopping Center in Wasingishu. National Police Service spokesman Michael Mushiri yesterday, even though there was was a plan to establish a police station in the area, Chepkulei did not use the correct procedure. So there was a plan. They'd been telling people, we're going to establish. The guy sat down, he said, you know what? We've been waiting for this establishment. It has not happened. So we do what? Take it into our own hands, literally. He said lots of issues are considered when planning a police station, including community participation. We have seen everything, including what the people are saying on social media. But what we have established is that the said station was not operational as claimed. So it was not operational. People were not going in there being arrested or, filling an OB. There was nobody in uniform standing behind the desk, as it were. He said that was a good idea. In fact, we give you, top marks for even thinking about that. But he decided to start from the top. In fact, the worst part was going ahead to paint the building with the police colors. County commanders have been asked to look into the matter and advise the appropriate action. Chepkulei became a man of interest after word went about that he had established a police base. The case resurfaced after a police report widely circulated describing him as a man under investigations. Since then, Kenyans have been wondering how a private citizen managed to establish a government installation without the knowledge of the authorities. Yesterday, Chepkulei told the Standard that he established the base to curb increased crime in the area. I mean, surely, if you guys are not helping us, we're going to do the thing ourselves. He said the community was also involved and that this was not supposed to be a fully fledged station. It was a patrol base and it was only 5 days old when it was highlighted, and it was meant for the good of the community. Cheru's shopping center is along the highway and cases of insecurity had been on the rise. He said, I live along the shopping area and I'm a victim of robberies. In fact, I lost several sheep to robbers. And that is why after meeting with the community elders, they identified the building where we got the base. So they said, you know what, the increase in crime, too much. So here's a building. Can we put a base here? Yes. Let's start. Now, how they were going to staff it and all those other things, we don't know. But the base set up. Now, it's under what? Investigation.
I think my follow-up would be, after setting up that base, did security go down? Because just the idea that there is a police patrol base around, perhaps insecurity levels might have gone down.
Perhaps. He didn't say how much he spent on the project, but he said, people had an understanding of why it was there, so that's why they decided to go along.
Goes to also communicating the fact that citizens saw a problem. We've been waiting on the promises to land. It did not land. Finally, we have to do something ourselves. We have to move in.
By the way, I honestly don't see a problem with what he did. Wallahi, I don't see a problem with it. Did he hire police?
No. It was not operational.
It was not. But maybe just the building itself would serve as a deterrent to anybody.
Yes.
Who wanted to, because they realized, there's a police post around here. I'm not going to try anything funny that they've been trying before. I honestly don't see the problem in it.
And now that it has been highlighted that it is fake, perhaps the guys of the night would take advantage of the fact that, kumbe haikuwa.
You see. Hey.
So it's double-edged sword.
It is. Last one really quickly.
Where do we go? Okay, let's talk about education, yeah? And revealed 15 bogus universities and colleges blacklisted by CUE. Now, the Commission for University Education has flagged 15 universities and colleges for operating illegally and warned Kenyans that certifications from these institutions are worthless. Fake police, fake universities, yeah. CUE also urged members of the public to exercise caution before enrolling in any academic programs to avoid being deceived. How would the citizenry know that that education institution is fake?
It's fake. How would you know? They're not chartered?
How do you go asking for a charter?
When you're applying to the school, you say, please show me your charter.
Exactly.
My goodness.
Yeah. And for clarity, CUE emphasized that any institution operating as a university or degree awarding body that does not appear on the Commission's list of approved institutions is illegal, and its degree qualifications will not be recognized in Kenya. We understand where CUE is coming from, but it's really rare that those who are going to look for services from these institutions would go to CUE website to look if they have the charter or not.
Is it not the mandate of the CUE to ensure that any institution operating and purporting to be a university have the credentials and the wherewithal? I mean, surely...
For goodness sake.
I mean, what website?
Yeah.
Lakini, what's going on here? Fake police station.
Fake university.
Fake universities
fake
to the number of 15. Fake degrees. My goodness, what on earth is happening?
Well, the fake degrees we've had for some time.
Yeah.
Shamani.
What we've done now, we've push them up. We PhDs also, you know.
Even the entire institution. Wow. City, we can see you. You know, you think you're invisible. You think you cannot be heard. We see you, we hear you. Fake one. Huh?
No, it's called an upward mobility of the industry.
What again?
No more garden variety stuff.
If you're going, go proper.
Just go the full hog.
Go the full hog. Why are you playing in the? Why are you just playing in the puddle when you can dive into the ocean? Allah.
Drown in it. Why bother?
A football in the Premier League. Football in the not Premier League is a football.
It's still a football. It's Kenya's biggest conversation this morning.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the news via Amla Ubaga. Stakeholders in the education sector have now called on the government to address the challenges in the implementation of CBC for grade 9 students preparing to join senior school next year. In the dialogue sessions that began last week, the government has been asked to ensure that appropriate strategies are in place in order to be able to face off the challenges that were experienced in the junior secondary school. Stakeholders have complained about the lack of infrastructure, a situation that threatens its implementation.
The situation may not be very dire. Reasons, we have rooms that were left by the previous class. Domiciling for grade 9 in primary section gave room, and therefore there is room for getting more. What is maybe a challenge is the new facilities and structures that could be required by the new curriculum.
Wanafunzi 100 mwalimu mmoja hawezi akawaangalia wote. Kwa pamoja na ajue huyu anajimudu upande gani. Tunahitaji walimu wengi waongezwe.
Under the new guidelines, students will be required to choose STEM, arts, sports science or social science.
Physical education, for example, is going to be a compulsory subject. We see the level of preparedness in the teachers. We believe that a teacher who is trained to teach a particular subject is going to be more competent than a teacher who is just going to train or to teach what they have not been trained in.
Katika mambo ya hapa, jambo la kwanza ni kwamba tuna shortage ya walimu, especially wa subject zile ambazo zinahitaji utaalamu. Ndio maana yake nimeuliza tu kama inawezekana TSC tuache kuwaza tu na kuwazua kwamba lazima mwalimu awe qualified ama registered kwa TSC, kwa sababu tuna subjects zingine ambazo zinahitaji wataalamu ambao wana uwezo zaidi.
The Ministry of Education has, however, given assurances that the challenges will be addressed.
Each school, each senior school will take 2 pathways. Because why we want them to take 2 pathways is because we want to optimize with the resources that are already there. There are teachers already in those schools. We have invested in labs in some of those schools. So we want to make sure that the investment that government has already done is properly utilized. And that's why we are saying there will be 2 pathways. The only thing I added is that we expect every school to take science as a pathway.
Health workers working under the Universal Health Coverage scheme have vowed to continue their strike until their grievances are addressed. Non-Secretary General Seth Panyako says there has been no effort to address their demands despite them being on strike since last month.
Comrade power! Power! Comrade power! Power! PNP! Ukienda Afya House wanakubaliana na sisi. Ukienda Public Service Commission wanakubaliana na sisi. COG wanakubaliana na sisi. Shida ni nini? Shida inakuwa ni Senate na Parliament kutoweka pesa kwa budget ya kuabsorb hawa. Commission imeandika barua ikasema kuendelea kuweka katika hizi kandarasi ni kinyume na sheria. Serikali yenyewe imesema hivyo. Tunashangaa saa hizi wanahitaji tu bilioni 2.
Also speaking after receiving the workers' grievances, Kakamega Senator Boni Halwale and his Marsabit counterpart Mohammed Chute have vowed to present them to Parliament and monitor to ensure a solution is found.
Parliamentary processes take a little bit of time. Your process is being processed. Number two, this is the right time because we have now started the budget cycle. We are speaking to something called budget policy statement.
Wale watu wangefaa kutetea nyinyi, saa hii wamefichika kwa hiyo nyumba, wako hapo wameshikana wakisema UDA na UDM ODM. Sasa sisi ambaye tunaogopa Mwenyezi Mungu ndio tutawatetea mpaka haki yenu ipatikane.
This event comes as the government has requested for 21 days to resolve their grievances. That's the news wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
Spice FM, Nakuru.
At a few minutes after 7 o'clock, let's take a look at what's happening with traffic on the roads this morning. A little bit of that is starting to come in strong on the thicker superhighway, and it's going to take us in all the way from Githurai. Heavy traffic that then comes through Kasarani and then out towards the junction between Muranga Road and Wangari Maathai. That's extremely busy. It's also busy on Limuru Road today, and there's traffic finding its way past Parklands into the city, and it's starting to build right around Westlands on Waiaki Way, and it will also try to find its way into the CBD. Taking a look at what's happening on Jogo Road, busy going towards Landis. On Huru Highway, then coming in from Ombaso Road is also starting to build, and we're seeing some traffic then as you just get past the Next Gen Mall out towards the Nyayo Stadium roundabout. So we're going to keep an eye on this as it all develops this Wednesday morning, and we're getting into traffic hours soon, but for now it looks like you're all right. Talk to us in the meantime as we try to keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 6 minutes after 7 o'clock, and welcome to the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning in the Situation Room. And we'll be talking about balances in a short while. Our audiences on our live streams, YouTube, Facebook, and X, Karibu Sana, and our audience as well on KTN. And for those listening in and tuning in on radios around the country, indeed, around the region and in the world. We're getting into a conversation today, and our guest, it's been a long time coming, but he's finally here. The Principal Secretary in the State Department of Internal Security and National Administration is Dr. Raymond Omolo, and he's here with us this morning. Dr. Good morning.
Good morning, Do.
How are you doing?
Cool. I'm doing quite okay.
Well, I like that you use the word cool because you're sitting in the hot seats of the Situation Room. So this is a great way to kind of start things off, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, we're glad that you're finally seated in the seat. It's been a while. I mean, you and C2 just having this chat before we got in that, it's been a while that we're trying. And it, I guess, goes to show to a lot of the work that you're involved in and a lot of the things that keep you busy. We're here. We're glad that you're here all the same. So thank you for honoring that invitation. We normally start the show, or rather welcome you with a proverb. CT, you may not know it, is a man of many talents. One of them is being able to go and glean from countries around the continent every week. And seeing as you sit in a particular docket, perhaps you can help him out with documentation every now and then when he gets stuck. He comes back with a proverb from one of these countries every day, and every week has a different country. He'll tell you which country we are in this week, and he'll tell you today's proverb. And of course, we're going to put you to work as though you don't have enough work to do, and ask you to interpret that proverb for us and tell us what it means to you. Is that fair enough?
Yeah, that should be okay.
Fantastic.
We are in the Gabonese Republic. It has, well, it isn't a privilege, but it has the distinction of being in the Coup Belt. The Coup Belt is a geopolitical term that relates to countries that start from West Africa, Central Africa, and the Sahel. And that is because these are countries that have a prevalence of coups for all manner of reasons. Mm-hmm. Strangely enough, many of these countries are also very wealthy. Gabon was ruled by one family for 56 years. Omar Bongo, then his son Ali.
Ali Bongo.
Then the Gabonese said, it's okay. Just you guys, let somebody else take over in 2023. So here we are, a country that has been extremely wealthy. Wealthy in that it was one of the biggest producers of crude oil on this continent. A lot of that money went to the political elite, and the Wananchi, we call them in this country, did not quite experience the wealth of that country. It's a tragedy of the continent, a huge one, because you find a continent that is rich, and yet the poor are really abjectly poor. Anyway, the proverb. To one who does not know, a small garden is a forest.
Yes, so that's an interesting one.
Yes.
Of course, maybe one would look at it based on different context or even scenario. It's just thinking on my feet. We could look at it also. Let's take a case where you have a cow, but someone else doesn't have a cow. They have a chicken. Now, to the one who has a chicken, that's their cow. Yeah. So just looking at it, and I like the fact that you given the context of Gabon, very rich,
very
a lot of resources, but again, not everybody gets to benefit from those resources. So. But somehow someone has something.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that which they have is their all. Yes. When you think about it, also, I've just given the analogy of the cow and the chicken. And the same way one would jealously guard their herd, you'd also want to jealously guard that little, of course, in the context of someone who has more. When you come to what we deal with on a daily basis, even in terms of security, you look at the situation we are in as a country, we've had our fair share of security challenges. But comparatively, look at what is happening in the region. Look at South Sudan, look at the Sudan, look at DRC, look at Somalia. And it's very easy to think about our challenges as actually not as huge as what the neighbors are going through. But then, if we don't do anything about what we would consider to be very small challenges, then we could easily go the way or even have much bigger challenges. So my point is, despite what we might think, despite whether we see these as very huge challenges or very small challenges, we still need to do something. We need to do something about it. When you look at it also positively, how do you maximize on the limited time or the limited resources you have, so that then you make the best of it for not just for your own good, but for the good of society.
For posterity.
Yeah,
indeed.
You've given this matter thought, huh?
I'm telling you.
I mean, you've actually given this thing a thorough look through. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
When a proverb becomes a lesson, essentially.
No, that's giving it thought, and then letting the thought be known verbally. So yes, thank you.
Amazing. Thank you very much for that. We're looking into the balance between internal and external security in the country, and many things fall under that ambit. But I think it's also necessary, PS, even as we start this, that we see you, we hear your name. When certain things come up, we, ascribe that responsibility unto thee, and without thinking that perhaps that is not the purview under which your work falls. So we wanted to start off today to just give us a clear understanding and demarcation when we're looking at your position as the Principal Secretary in the State Department of Internal Security and National Administration. What exactly do you do?
So let me take us a step back. So I'm a principal secretary in the State Department of Internal Security and National Administration.
Yes.
In the Ministry of Interior and National Administration. So the ministry has 3 state departments, of which one is the one that I'm responsible for. And then we have the State Department for Correctional Services, which largely deals with inmates, or those who are incarcerated or prisoners. Then there is a State Department for Immigration and Citizen Services, which also does quite a bit when you talk about issues to do with movement, like my friend City likes to travel.
Yes.
So then they take responsibility to make it possible for him to move around. But then there are also a number of services across government. Now, broadly speaking, when you come to the State Department that I head, Internal Security and National Administration, so there are 2 broad responsibilities. One is on matters internal security, largely policy, as well as coordination of internal security affairs. And that involves a number of players, particularly the security agencies, as well as the national government administrators. Then the second major responsibility is around the coordination of government programs and activities or projects across the counties. So what is it that the national government is doing at the very basic level? So take education, for example. We have a responsibility to make sure that every child of school-going age is in school. My state department, the state department that I head, has a responsibility in supporting the Ministry of Education to coordinate that. You are dealing with issues of transition from one level of education to the next, making sure that those who need to be in school are in school. When it comes to the time when you are doing the exams, you support and coordinate the delivery of those exams in the right way. Take agriculture. Now the rains are just starting to fall. We expect that we get into the planting season. How do we ensure that the farmers have the right fertilizers available? Do we even know how many farmers we have? Do we even know how much land that is tillable is available? So just supporting that. You talk about healthcare. You talk about even issues around energy, issues around transport. So our responsibility, or our role, cross-cuts alongside literally every government ministry, government department, government agencies. And then we have both the national and county governments. Now, the interaction between what the county government does and what we do as the national government, again, ability to be able to have a seamless interaction, because at the end of the day, we are serving the same public, the Kenyans. So broadly speaking, our State Department focuses on issues to do with internal security, but also, most importantly, coordination of government programs and projects, so that then we are able to let the public enjoy the benefits of what the government is doing, also inform, and at the same time get feedback that then helps us improve on the governance and delivery of services to the people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's look at one big internal security issue that somehow seemed to take a back seat, and Kenyans are wondering. I mean, we can just jump into that water. And that Kenyans are wondering what has really happened with that. And that was in 2023 when the first, rumblings of what happened in Kilifi County in Shakahola took place. Big internal security issue. And Kenyans are wondering, okay, so there was a lot of hullabaloo about what happened there. And I think we were at the 6th phase of exhumation last year in September. And so there are 2 things that are happening. That an initial number of 634 bodies said to have been found. And we still now, outside a county referral hospital, have a freezer of bodies sitting there yet to be identified. And families are asking what's happening with that. So for some clarity.
Yeah, so first, when you think about the Shakahola tragedy or spectacle that happened 2 years ago now in this country, is that nobody imagined that there would be something of that spectacle. And more so when you look at it, that this was in the context of religion and Christianity, to be exact, that innocent Kenyans who are expected to be just practicing their faith were able to get into the space where we ended up losing so many lives on account of beliefs or on account of doctrines. And as a government, we definitely take the flak that this happened without us being able to take note of it in good time. Yeah, because we definitely then realized that something was going on that was not correct. And as we started to dig in, and it was shocking. If you went to Kilifi, the expansive space, the Shakahola ranch, that whole place. First of all, it's more or less like a desert. You'd not even imagine that life actually exists, because then it's close to the ranch, and then of course there's a park there. And as you start to engage, then one thing leads to the next and to the other, and it just speaks to the vulnerabilities that we have as a society. So that when people are struggling with so many things, they are looking for justifications or explanations to understand, then you still end up with criminal elements who want to take advantage of the vulnerabilities that exist in the society for whatever reason. And Shakahola is one dark blot in the conscience of our humanity as a nation that we must never allow to happen. But as we were going through the motions, and you pick a lot of other things. So how is it that, because who are the most affected? Most of the cases that we ended up with were women and children, the most vulnerable in our society. So how do we come up with systems that then really looks out for those who are most vulnerable? And then you look at what is happening within the faith institutions, if you like. Yeah. And I think it's important that there is an open conversation around how people practice their faith, and some of the things, because there's need to have a lot of self-regulations without the state appearing to be dictating to the church on what to do and what not to do. Out of that, arising out of this spectacle, the president did set up a task force that comprised of largely the faith-based institutions under the chairmanship of Reverend Mutava Musimi.
Yes.
And it picked a lot of things when that task force went across the country. We hope that in the fullness of time, we'll be able to implement and follow through some of those recommendations that they put through. Those numbers are significant.
They are.
Very, very significant. Now, as the team within the ministry, led by the DCI, the homicide team, were pulling out the bodies from these graves, and it was a lot of work to even identify where the graves or the bodies were. A good number of those bodies had really, really decomposed to the point that, just like you're saying, we've been struggling even to positively identify. Now, for you to be able to positively identify bodies, then you must have, whether it's relatives or people who are close to those who passed away, or who lost their lives. And it's not a very easy thing, because then you're asking people to come up and volunteer if they know someone, a relative who disappeared. And in that process, you don't get everybody coming up. So even as you struggle to do those DNA analysis and the like, you end up in a situation where you have, whether it's indeterminate or undocumented cases. That is the bulk of what you've just mentioned, that we still have so many bodies that we've not been able to positively identify. Now, tied to that, then there's also the fact that there are ongoing investigations.
There's a court case going on.
Yeah, there are court cases. So you cannot conclusively say that now we close the chapter on Shakahola when the court proceedings have not been able to be concluded. So it's a whole spectrum and a lot of balancing that must be done. But allow me to just appreciate the officers that have been involved in this exercise to date, particularly from our ministry, the Ministry of Interior, the detectives at the DCI, as well as even the role that the county government of Kilifi has had to play in just working closely with the national government agencies to get us to where we are. Maybe as a country then we need to ask ourselves, how do we avoid a repeat of such, even as we try to address or deal with what necessitated all this?
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, but I see, PS, as you talk about securing the country under your ministry, there's a lot of questions that continue to be asked with regard to what has happened in the country recently. So let's talk about the abduction queries that continue to be asked. Who is abducting Kenyans? And a lot of that being directed to your office, the police being accused of abducting Kenyans. As investigations continue, what is your office doing with regard to the same? Because abduction cases still continue to be reported in the country, and as well as just making sure that Kenyans are safe, because we're talking about securing the country. Yet, even as late as yesterday, when the president was along Thika Road, Kenyans were being
robbed?
Stolen from and robbed in broad daylight in a function that the president was in.
So Dan, it's like I said, it's a really mixed bag, and we must really go out of our way to try and have a balance in the sense that we have that responsibility to maintain security, to secure Kenyans, their property. Now, while at it, then we also are faced with those criminal elements, and there has to be moderation in terms of how we deal with it. Otherwise, then we fall into the realm of trying to go against the fundamental human rights. Take the case of the last bit you've just mentioned about where Kenyans are being robbed, and we have a responsibility to contain that. And while trying to do that, we must be able to do it in a manner that then we don't go above board. Now, look at what resources are available at the disposal of the government. In this context, we expect the police to take the responsibility to maintain law and order. Our ratio of police officers to Kenyans, we are definitely above, way outside what internationally is acceptable, which should be about 1 to 400. Now, in a population of over 55 million Kenyans, you have about 110,000 police officers. Now, start to think about it, and then you look at the size of the country, and it becomes almost impossible to have police officers in each and every corner. And then that brings then the question, how do we manage this situation? What is the role of Kenyans themselves in terms of securing and keeping this country safe? And then how do we then become innovative in terms of are there other tools, let's say technology, that we could use to help us in keeping the country safe? And that's part of what we have a responsibility to deliver on, as we also have conversations with Kenyans, and also to engage particularly the youths that some of these things that are happening, whether it's pickpocketing or taking things from those who are genuinely going about their business, is something that cannot be entertained. And also giving the confidence and reaffirmation to the police that when they get hold of these criminal elements, then we also have a responsibility to support them, so that then they take them through the due process of the law.
Okay, so those are things that are going on in terms of with these events as they happen. That those agencies under your department then are actually working to make sure that some of these things come to a head. Can we make a connection then with what happened a few weeks ago, in Mandera, before the president visited Northeastern? Chiefs who again work under your administration were abducted. Have they been found? Have they been returned? What exactly happened with these gentlemen, and what was the story behind all of this?
Are you asking if they've been unabducted?
Exactly. I mean, because it was quite bizarre, wasn't it? That this happened, literally hours before the president comes here, and then the president did make a declaration and said, we will find them. We will make sure that they are returned, number one, to their families, and then back to their posts, and then dead silence after that.
There hasn't been dead silence. There's definitely a lot that is going on, some of which we may not necessarily be able to discuss on air. But maybe just to really understand how security then becomes everybody's concern. These are government officers. These are chiefs who work for the government, and not just any department or any ministry in government, the ministry that is responsible for securing the country.
Yes.
And they have been taken by terrorist elements or what you'd call Al-Shabaab elements. And this just demonstrates that none of us is immune to some of these insecurity incidences. And what we have done, and the president didn't pronounce himself that he will do what it takes to secure the five chiefs. We are constantly engaging. They crossed to our neighboring country. Interestingly, the borders are actually temporary distinctions between countries. The communities are basically the same. So there are active engagements that is happening to eventually ensure that they are safely back in the country, and then they resume their duties. But terrorism, for example, is a very complex animal, and there's a lot of balance that we must undertake, so that as we keep the country secure, then we also don't end up losing lives that ordinarily would be able to save.
And that's an external threat when we talk about terrorism. But then, just piggybacking on what Aseto asked earlier, is that there's still steam, and this is essentially what we're talking about today, that creating that balance between external and internal security. So 2 days ago, a member of the county assembly from Wajir reappeared. He's been missing for 6 months, and it said that he had been abducted as well. He's been taken to hospital to try and sort out his physiological issues, but the psychological problems that he's going through are something. Every time we hear about abductions, we start to ask questions about, so then what happens when the National Police Service and those under that, and what work are they doing? And with all the 1 million things that you have to do, it falls squarely under you, right? And we've also heard proclamations where the police will say, it wasn't us. So what confidence building then is being done for Kenyans, whereby the very agency that is supposed to secure their security, if we can use two words, the same word in the same sentence, is saying that they do not know? When chiefs are abducted by an external force, and when government employees or elected by the people essentially in the name of an MCA can be abducted over 6 months and then turns up, no explanation, nobody knows where he's been, but he's starting to give testimony about what happened to him. How does that build confidence? And what do you do to ensure that such things don't happen?
So this is definitely the primary responsibility of government to secure everyone. In the case of the MCA, it will be interesting to also just find out what really happened for these 6 months. You remember at one point, there was even a conversation of a body of an MCA who was abducted, in quotes, having been picked somewhere. Of course, then someone would be asking themselves, maybe there were 2 different MCAs, one abducted and dead, another one abducted in quotes and finally has shown up. It will be good, of course, they are in hospital. It's important that they go through the motions, and it will be good that we are able to even hold people to account. At times it becomes very difficult being government when everyone expects everything from you, while you do not necessarily, in certain instances, get the same kind of support or feedback. It's like in the morning I wake up, I leave my house, I'm going to work. For whatever reason, I end up in Mombasa, and I haven't told my family that I'm in Mombasa. And then my family then says the PS has been abducted. And we have had instances, and we all live in this country, where someone is alleged to have been abducted. 2-3 days later, they were at a boyfriend's house, and so you're like, okay, what must the government do? And at the same time, what must Kenyans do? So that, yes, we are very clear as a government, it is not a government policy to do abduction, and the president has been very unequivocal about this, that this can never happen and will never happen under his watch.
Right.
If in instances where there are excesses, we have very robust mechanisms to hold people to account, particularly officers of government.
Have they been held to account, though? Do we see situations where abductions have happened? There have been many cases. 5 young gentlemen disappeared over the Christmas period. Before that, 3 gentlemen disappeared from Kitengela. Have there been investigations as to what happened to them, who took them, and where they were being held?
I will not go into any specific case for whatever reason, particularly where there are active investigations. If you look at what Independent Police Oversight Authority have taken up, because that is their constitutional responsibility as part of oversighting the National Police Service, they have a report of cases of people reported missing. And out of those, they have detailed what has been concluded, what is under active investigation. And you'll be shocked, like when you look at what they present of 40 cases that they were dealing with last year, there are about 14 or 16 that is under active investigations. Another 10, they have conclusively dealt with it. And about 4 or 5 cases where they have taken the police to court.
Okay.
Just to demonstrate that nothing is actually being shielded from the view of Kenyans. The kind of transparency that we all must adhere to as per our constitutional expectations. So when there are cases that we know or that we can be able to ascribe to any police officer, then we have the internal affairs unit within the National Police Service that deals with that in terms of the disciplinary process. Then outside that, then you have the Independent Police Oversight Authority that also follows through. Now, broadly speaking, you will agree with me that what the police have been able to do over the years or over the last 1 to 2 years has been quite commendable. And in the few instances where there would be or there have been excesses, those have effectively been dealt with or are under active investigation.
Yeah. Now, PS, there is a feeling out there that let's paint the picture. Last year, during the Gen Z demonstrations, there is a feeling that the police are using excessive force in dealing with the demonstrators. Must they always use excessive force when doing this? Because if you extrapolate that to the year 2025, recently when the young people went to Roysam and they were outside as well, chanting slogans, and they were there, tear gas was lobbed and they were beaten to a pulp. Use of excessive force in dealing with the demonstrators, is that the modus operandi when it comes to dealing with protesters?
No, not at all. What the police do and what they are expected to do is to use reasonable force, which reasonable force depends on the kind of threat that the police are faced with. So, for example, if like you've mentioned about the Roysambu case, where the protesters have barricaded roads, they want to storm the church, and the police have lobbed tear gas, which is basically as a deterrent. So then today, if there are demonstrators across the road, and they're basically on the verge of storming your offices, would you want the police to walk away without the need for them even to use tear gas, because those are tools that for them is part of their trade? So it becomes a very tricky balance. And just like I've said, in instances where there, for example, you don't expect police to use live bullets, that definitely is completely out of place. But if, for example, there's a criminal element among the protesters, because most of these protesters are genuinely protesting about certain things and they're doing it peaceably and unarmed. But if in the process there are people who infiltrate and then it stops being peaceable, where you have some of them being armed, what does the police do? They definitely would be expected to use tear gas. They would be expected to apprehend and then, of course, produce these characters, these individuals in court. And what they have done consistently is exactly that. Of course, there would always be a few exceptions where there are a bit of excesses. And remember, these people like you and me, you've been hit by a stone. In the heat of the moment, there's a possibility that there would be overreaction. And in instances where there are those overreactions, then we must be able to process them. But broadly, for me, the subject that we also maybe need to look at, we've had instances where Kenyans have gone to court and the police have been told not to use tear gas, not to use rubber bullets.
Yep.
And then you're asking yourself, this police officer is your brother. This police officer is your father, is an uncle. So we then are basically telling them if there is any protest, they need to remain in their stations. You are talking about people being carjacked on the streets. If the police came out and lobbed tear gas, and the point would be to deter this, but you have motorists, you have riders, you have kids who are coming from school. What comes out will be that the police have lobbed tear gas at the general public. People will just have nothing to do with the protest. But their intention was not these people. Their intention is to deter those who are actually causing commotion. So it's a very tricky balance. And what I would really plead or ask of Kenyans is that these police officers are not aliens. They are Kenyans. And in as much as we must hold them to account for action or inaction, we have a responsibility as a country to also feel for them, given the challenges and the uniqueness of the responsibility that we have assigned to them, so that then at the end of the day, this country belongs to all of us, and each of us has a role to play. The security sector or the security actors have a bigger responsibility because the Constitution demands so of them. But as we do that, then the rest of the country needs to work with us. And maybe that takes me to what we are also looking at in terms of the security sector institutional reforms.
Right.
We are looking at some of the acts, like the National Police Service Act, the National Police Service Commission Act, and a number of other legislative arrangements following the recommendations that were made by the task force that the president appointed as soon as he came into office.
To sort some of these things out.
To sort some of these things in terms of the occupational hazards that the police face, the equipment at their disposal, even the level of capacity in terms of how do we capacitate officers in the context of just looking at human rights, in the context of our constitutional dispensation, so that as they do their policing services, they do it in a way that is alive to the realities of
what
today.
They do.
Yes.
But there's something else, Bona PS. Everything we speak of speaks directly to the relationship the public has with the police who work under your ministry. And it also speaks to things that you would know and things that are being done but the public has no knowledge of. There have been attempts in the past to show up and build up community policing, attempts to foster better relationship between the police and the police service and the citizenry. One sees attempts of that sort being made by the judiciary. Open days, alternate justice systems that are being spoken of. The police probably need this more than the judiciary, because the justice system, the judiciary, you go to them. They don't come to you. The police we interact with on a daily basis. They're almost civilian in the nature of their work. Now, difficult as the workload and the expectations are, surely attempts to ensure that the citizenry understand the police service better. Just understand. Because when you understand someone and they do something, you have a context from which to judge it. But in the absence of that, you will let your mind roam. And a lot of instances, or the perspective that we draw is based on what we read, what we hear. My colleague Dennis has talked about the lobbying of tear gas. Now you throw that against a backdrop of young people who are abducted. You take it back to last year, June. Now, someone has summarized the police, but the police service do a lot more than just that. There are many things that they do that are positive, and there are many things without which, if they didn't do what they did, then some of the things we take for granted wouldn't happen. But now, the effort to ensure that those relations are actually fostered so that the citizenry understand. We may disagree, but we understand.
City, you are very right, and for me and the rest of my colleagues that we serve with in the ministry, we take it that the kind of feedback like what you are sharing with me this morning is very important, because that is something that over the years we haven't done well in, just to make the citizenry appreciate who's a police officer, what does a police do, if I'm in trouble, how do I get to get support, to get help from the police. And the judiciary have really done well with their open days, and for me this is one of those interventions that we need as a ministry responsible for matters of security, that we will be able to follow up. And a number of these were partly picked by the Maraga task force in terms of just making the public understand what the police is doing. Because we are actually a public-facing service. And that is why it's the police service and not a force. So we take it that this is something that we must undertake. And the commitment from me is that we will work closely with the Inspector General of Police and the team so that then we have more of open forums where we're able to engage.
And discuss some of these
and discuss some of these issues.
Can I talk
Yes, one of the
policemen?
Yeah.
I mean, we know they're trained in Kiganjo. Refresher courses. Introduction to other ways of providing services. Probably this thing already happens. But if it did, then we'd see it manifested in the way they deliver their services. How often do we look through the curriculum that we use for teaching our police men and women? And how often do we get them, whether it's in servicing, in training, whatever it is? Because given the pressure that job comes with, beyond that, there is the need for them to also vent. There is the need for them to receive counseling services. There's the need for them to also have the sort of protection that makes their mental state safe for the work that they do. Are these taken into account and are these considered?
Actually, a number of the issues you mentioned are actually being taken into account. Actually, when you look at the police reforms that we are currently rolling out, we are not just trying to look at their terms of service in terms of their remuneration. We are also looking at building capacity in terms of the trainings that some of them you've mentioned. We are also looking at their mental health, because that has also become a very big issue. You've had or seen instances where a police officer shoots another, or even shoots or kills themselves.
Yes.
And largely this is because of the mental state, given the kind of the work pressure and the environment that they operate in. And what we have done is we have now incorporated all this as part of the reforms that we are rolling out. We are reviewing the curriculum for the police. Remember, when you take the police officer to Kiganjo, the training is 9 months, and it's very intense. So we are onboarding some of these interventions, so that then we're able to have a much more holistic curriculum that gives you the complete police officer.
Of that, yeah.
Yes, we are also looking at leveraging on technology, because just like I've said, it's impossible to have a police officer in each and every corner. So how do we make use of technology? And even in terms of when you look at some of the crimes that we are dealing with, a lot of it has now moved into the technology space.
Yeah.
We're talking about
cybercrime and things like this.
So
exactly.
how well is a police officer equipped to understand that there is a crime that has been committed, whether it is cyberbullying, whether it is issues to do with the content that is passed, whether it's pornography and exposure of even the children or those who are underage to some of these vices.
Okay, I want to move to one issue that has gripped Kenya for a few weeks as well, is that looking into the security issue around the removal of some kinds of vetting towards identification, especially in the northern parts of the country. What exactly is going on with this? And for an explainer, what exactly does it mean when we're saying certain elements of vetting then essentially would be removed? And how does this affect security?
So what we are doing, and this is one of those commitments that the administration of President Ruto made even before coming into office, is that we were more or less having two sets of citizens. One set that is treated in one particular way, and another set being treated differently. And we all agree that in this day and age, that is something that we cannot sustain for us to have a society that is equal. Now, we have had Kenyans, particularly from the border counties, and this is not just the border with Somalia or Ethiopia. It's across, whether it's with Uganda, whether it's with Tanzania or South Sudan. That let's treat every Kenyan equally, particularly when it comes to giving them identity documents. And what the government has done, in essence, is we have taken away the need to do extra vetting. And in the case, for example, which you've spoken to, is that we have existing government infrastructure. We have the chiefs, we have the assistant chiefs, and they would be able to tell us that yes, this is a Kenyan born to so and so, and therefore they have reached the age of 18, and therefore they need to get identity cards.
One of the initial issues around, though, that was the security, that of course when you had cross-border security issues, and that's why that vetting cap was put there in the first place. Now, with this removal of those certain elements, are you then able to ensure that the same security concerns which brought this about in the first place then are taken care of?
Exactly. We have done exactly that, so that we are still dealing with the external security threats, just like we have done over the years to keep the country safe. And for your information, for the last 2 years, we have been able to fairly keep a very good security posture in terms of external threats. Now, when you talk about even issues around terrorism that we constantly deal with, on the one end, it looks like something that is alien, that is external, while in reality, over the years, a number of those incidences have been by people who are actually, to put in quotes, not necessarily people who have would have been from neighboring or from other countries. And therefore, what we are basically doing is that, number one, we are treating every Kenyan the same way, while still keeping our security under control from both what you'd consider as external threat as well as internal threat.
Okay.
Yes.
So
and when you think about it, now every child who is born gets a birth certificate. And over time, looking at the transformation...
Are we saying before they didn't automatically get a birth certificate?
There are people who you'll meet who are 18 who don't have a birth certificate. Yeah.
So then it brings into the question, how do you get an ID?
But in reality, it's not. Now, what we are doing progressively is that every child automatically gets their birth certificate, so that by the time they get to 18, that then makes it very obvious and easy for them to get the ID. So that then even the conversation about vetting and not vetting, who gets an ID, would never be an issue.
So, PS, let's delve into the subject of trust deficit. And there is a feeling that Kenyans do not trust the police. And why do I say this? Recently, I will talk about the clashes in Kilgoris and Kisii, and we had politicians making statements there that a politician would pay 100,000 shillings for every thief that is burnt to death. And that brings the question of the rule of law and where these lies, because up to now we've not seen any action taken against these politicians, which begs the question, why does it feel as though you talk about treating Kenyans equally, but when it is on the side of politicians, nothing seems to matter? But when it comes to who would want to call the Kawaida Mwananchi or Wanjiku, all force would be deployed on them. When does the rule of law appear? Are there special citizens?
So Sudan, we don't have any special citizen, and we treat everybody equally. We've had several instances where there are clashes, and where there is evidence that politicians or any leader is involved. We have actually done so. In the case of what is happening between Kisii and Kilgoris, there is already a lot of engagements. There are people who have been apprehended, even as we continue with investigations. Now, the clashes in Kisii and Kilgoris is not just unique to that part of the country. We've had similar challenges in places like Tana River, Garissa, and a number of hotspots. The other time, we took in the leaders from Tana River, and there was a lot of hue and cry, but it was for good measure. And in the process of having to have them make statements, warn, and have those who are culpable taken through the judicial process. We have been able to get calm back into that part of the country. So, what assurances are we giving Kenyans is that we treat everyone equally. And just like we have done in every other part of the country, we will be able to do this even in the case of Kisii and Kilgoris.
As we balance things internally, and I just want to ask this question really quickly, even as we come to the end of this, is that, so there's an external security where police officers are in Haiti. What is the unfolding situation here? We've seen one loss of life, and that has been reported at least. And how long will this force be out here trying to balance security in Haiti, when there seems to be so much that needs to be balanced internally here?
So first, it's quite unfortunate that we lost an officer in Haiti, Moses, who hails from Kajiado. The body came early this week, and we are working closely with the family to give him to go through the final rites before the body is interred. And the circumstances were also very, very unfortunate, because this was a peace keeping service supporting the Haitian police, and in the process of what they're doing, we lost his life.
Yeah.
Up to now, we have over 700 police officers in Haiti, and they've been there now for about a year.
Yes.
They've done a commendable job. Remember, this was not us going to Haiti just by our own volition. This was on account of a resolution by the United Nations. There was that special request, and Kenya heeded to it. And for us, it's an opportunity just to demonstrate what is good with us as a country, but also just to support peaceful return to order in Haiti. And a number of other countries have actually now joined this mission.
Yeah.
Now, do we stop doing this because there are challenges internally that we must deal with? And my answer is I don't think that is right. Yes, we have our issues that we are dealing with and we must constantly deal with. But then also, whenever there's an opportunity to also lend a hand to our neighbors, our friends, Haiti seems far removed from this country. But we are a global community, and I think we have a responsibility, and we are proud of our officers. And as a country, I think for me, this is a big show of our support.
I mean, our time runs out, unfortunately, and a myriad of issues for us to continue looking at. But we want to thank you for being here with us this morning, even as we continue to discuss and make these issues front and center. The Principal Secretary in the State Department of Internal Security and National Administration, Dr. Raymond Omolo, has been our guest this morning. Thank you for being in the hot seat of the Situation Room this morning. We'll talk again soon.
Thank you.
Asante sana.
Good.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. At least 13 colleges and universities, including Northwestern Christian University, operating illegally in Kenya. According to the CUE, they say their degrees won't be recognized as only 35 public universities are authorized. Now, families of those abducted or killed in Nakuru have come out at the National Assembly buildings to press for justice in the Senate. Relatives of fishermen Brian Odhiambo, Justice Buruko and Brian Stingo are demanding that Lake Nakuru be declared a dangerous area, considering their relatives may have been killed and thrown into the lake.
Justice for Brian! Justice for Brian! Shakahola! Nakuru! Shakahola!
Mtoto wangu alichukuliwa kwa macho yangu nikiona, mpaka karushwa kwa gari ya KWS nikiona kuanza tarehe 18 Januari 2025 mpaka saa hii sijui kwenye mtoto wangu iko, sijai muona.
Kapatikana Nakuru kama amekufa, kashukuliwa na KWS, wakapeleka, ikaenda na watu wa intelligence, wakapeleka moshare, tukaenda tukafuatilia, tukasema tunafanya postmortem, ikafanywa postmortem, tukaona siko hata na injuries, kwa imegongo kichwa pia huku, na tukaona ni kuwa si kufa kwake ama si kubebwa na maji.
Mary Asami, mother of Brian Stingo, says her son went missing in 2022 and has not been found since then.
Mtoto wangu alipotea 2022 mwezi wa 7. Nimetafuta na alipotelea hapo kwa Pact.
The families presented their complaint to 3 senators, Dan Manzo, Okello Mtata and Muhammad Faki.
And we are going to make sure that we go to the location where these things happened.
Yes.
And we have a period of 60 days, and the Senate must deliver.
Already one is found dead. Postmortem does not match what KWS said could have killed him. And the one who is missing, who they took away, we are sure they have him. Let them give a hint.
Lakini tutahakikishia kwamba bunge la Senate litavalia njuga hizi petition na kuhakikisha kwamba haki inapatikana.
And in the international scene, only 7 countries met World Health Organization air quality standards last year. Data showed, as researchers warned, that the war on smog would only get harder after the United States shut down its global monitoring efforts. Chad and Bangladesh were the world's most populated countries in 2024, with average smog levels more than 15 times higher than WHO guidelines, according to figures compiled by Swiss Air Quality Monitoring firm IQM. Only Australia, New Zealand and Bahamas, Barbados, Grenada, Estonia and Iceland made the grade IQA said. That's the news wire. I'm Le Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. Traffic.
All right, taking a look at what's happening with traffic right about now. It's a few minutes after 8 o'clock, and traffic is actually quite has built up quite some on Uhuru Highway. That's coming in from Nyayo Stadium, even before that, out towards the city. So that's doing that thing. And also then coming in on the Thika Superhighway from now just past Kasarani out towards Muranga Road. That's going to do the business, at least for now. It's also busy coming in right around Limuru Road in through towards Muthaiga, that whole area, but not too bad coming out of Westlands. I think folks are getting where they need to go. Let's take a quick look at what's happening on James Gishuru, and not too much for now. As you get out from Kingara Road, traffic then going out in that area past Gitanga is okay. Ngong Road also busy, but we'll do the thing for Wednesday and we'll get over the hump without too much of an issue. Let's talk as we try to keep things moving on SpiceFM. KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It is 7 minutes after 8 o'clock into the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. And coming in from a conversation around matters internal security and administration, quite a number of things to be able to look into and to understand how they all unfold. Sometimes time is just not enough, but still moving on with some of those conversations that we must keep front and center. And into that, we're going to be looking at still the Pact deal and what it essentially means on towards the elections in 2027. And even as we do that, our guest for this hour already seated with us. And as we go into that, we will be talking this morning at this hour with Joshua Odhiambo Nyamori, who's a governance and policy expert, and he joins us in a hot seat this morning. Good morning, Joshua.
Good morning.
Karibu sana to the hot seat of the Situation Room. We'll be talking about matters, untoward an election in 2027. Far be it from us to not have that conversation in 2025 because, for all intents and purposes, election fever is hotting up. So as we get into that, thank you for being here with us to do that today. We're going to welcome you to the Situation Room with today's proverb. CT goes to a different African country every week and comes back with proverbs. So he's going to share it for today, and we'd like you to interpret that for us and tell us how you would think about that. Right?
Great.
Okay.
To one who does not know, a small garden is a forest. Our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the Gabonese Republic.
Okay.
Yes. An interesting country. Is Gabon in West Africa or in Central Africa?
Oh. He's asking you.
I'm asking both of you. Is it in West or is it in Central Africa?
Gabon.
Gabon, I think it should be Central Africa.
It is actually.
Yeah.
Good.
Mm-hmm.
You
Very
clearly
well
paid attention during the geography lessons.
I left geography in Form 2, but I think I remember that.
Yes.
Yeah, so your proverb.
Let me repeat it. To one who does not know, a small garden is a forest.
I would want to relate it to a quote from Stalin.
Mm-hmm.
That without investigation, you should not speak. One who has not investigated has not speak. So basically, if you have not done your research and you don't have the right knowledge, then definitely a small obstacle looks so huge, and you will go around issues. But if you have done your research well, you have the knowledge, then you'd be precise on really what to tackle.
Indeed. Okay. Well, looking into that, I guess interpretations differ as the minds do.
Sure.
But some things are glaring and they hit you in the face almost when you get in touch with their reality. Let's look at what's happening currently politically when we see the pact between two parties. And just off the bat, between these two parties of ODM and UDA that took place on Friday, what does that mean when we look at it from a political point of view on towards an election that's happening in 2027? Because that's the question everybody's asking. What next? Joshua.
Yeah, I've seen and read different people giving different interpretations. But for me, it gives hope to this country. It gives hope because you need to look at it from the backdrop of June 2024, especially 24th, 25th of June, when our streets were chaotic. There was blood. Parliament was breached. Army was in the streets. And we didn't know what would happen to the country in another 2-3 days. It was possible that we could have gone Somalia, South Sudan, or even Sudan way, or Congolese way. So my view is that every time the political protagonists in Kenya come together, it stabilizes the politics of the country. It reduces the tension. And therefore, it also gives the country an opportunity to focus on certain issues that we are not able to deal with at the times when we are extremely divided. Yes, if you look at the history of this country, every time we have made progress in terms of reforms, it has been when the key protagonists have found convergence. And so I look at, you see, the IPPG, after just the no reforms, no elections riots. I look at, 2007, the NADCO process. I look at, the constitutional review process and so on and so forth. So I think it is an opportunity for the country. It is for us to take advantage of it.
Okay.
Yes.
How so? And is this coming together an answer? Because the thing is that when you look at a protest, there's usually an issue behind a protest. There's an issue that needs to be handled. Whether we look at protests that took place in Cuba, where people were complaining about the cost of transportation, whether you look at Egypt, where people were talking about, high cost of living in terms of the cost of food, there's usually an issue that brings about a protest. Now, if we're saying that there was an answer or a solution that was being brought, Is the solution now in the coming together of these two political parties a solution to these issues that brought about this conflict in the first place?
Let me borrow a word from the title of the MOU, and that is framework. My view is that the coming together establishes a framework for the solution of the core problems. Because one, it enables the protagonists to sit down on a table and agree on the objectives that they want to achieve, and so that they can be able to discuss and tackle those issues and focus on the same vision and same objects. Without that, they'll be pulling apart. They will be fighting and tearing at each other. They'll be competing on who will, be the darling of the public. Some of these reforms sometimes require even taking very unpopular decisions. And at such times, when the political class is extremely divided, it is not possible for them to sit down and make those decisions. And then, there is a quote that I think is it's attributed to the story of Machiavelli in The Prince, where he said, can't remember the exact words, but an able statesman out of employment is like a big whale that will endeavor to destabilize the ship if not given a cask to play with. So I look at Honorable Raila Odinga as that big whale that you need to get busy doing something useful for the country. And Honorable Raila Odinga has played two kind of roles. One is at moments a destabilizing factor in the country, and at other moments he has been a stabilizing factor. And when I talk about Raila Odinga, I'm not talking about Raila Odinga the person. I'm also talking about Raila Odinga and his restive constituency. So I'm thinking that a chance on the table to be able to sit down and discuss and find solutions is actually making good use of the energy, the intellect, the experience of such an able statesman.
Now, Joshua, as you talk about Raila Odinga coming together and being a point of stability in the government, and to talk about this current MOU, the two of them, first of all, say this is not political. It is not cast in anything that is legally binding. And that notwithstanding, after Raila Odinga went to Kisii and he was heckled, a few days later he says, after signing the deal with government, opposition leader Raila Odinga sending mixed signals. He says, I did not go to the president came to me. What is he communicating to his constituency?
I think, again, the statement is open to different kind of interpretations. But I've tried to follow Raila Odinga for a long time. I remember I attended a rally in Kisumu when, President Moi came with the entire KANU platoon to, according to the mood of the country, to announce the merger between ODM and NDP. And then we sat at the stadium until almost 2 o'clock, and we were wondering what is happening at State House. Has this thing aborted? When they came, it is Raila who, because he spoke before the president, he said that these guys have wanted us to join their house, but we are not going to join it because we still have certain issues that need to be resolved. And so he enumerated some of those issues. He talked about constitutional review process. He talked about land reform. He talks about the issue of inclusivity, and said that for that matter, they were moving from cooperation into partnership, and that they would discuss, the merger later. So for me, I think Raila Odinga, as a politician, moves cautiously to be able to still have the space to negotiate and to be able to manage his constituency, but at the same time expressing the view that it is not really for him and that if they disagree, then they could separate. I think that is not wrong. Because we shouldn't assume that if they come together, then, completely Raila loses his capability to make decisions.
One would argue that Raila's latest pronouncements comes from the fact that his strong base for a very long time just went against him, and he now realizes that perhaps I need to go back to my position. But that notwithstanding as well, let's talk about what this does to the politics of 2027. Looks as though these leaders are coming together to secure their positions and not looking at what will benefit the Mwananchi, would you say?
I think 2027 is still far away. I mean, if you look at our elections, I was actively watching and probably involved in 1997, 2002, 2007, and the subsequent elections. And my view is that the winning coalitions are normally formed towards the end of the term. And that right now, NDP and KANU merged in 2000, I think 2000 or late 1999, but the Pact was scuttled just a few months to the 2002 elections. So my view is that this cannot define 2027. Mm-hmm. And it should not define 2027.
But doesn't it though? I'm sorry. Doesn't it though? This is exactly what it does. That it does define 2027. That all of these moves are not being made because somebody wants to see a change happen on a random Tuesday. That these pacts are being made so that it will influence the choices that Kenyans will make as to who is elected in 2027. Because can we see that there's a direct correlation between the pact that's being made between these two parties and the needs that are resident in the hearts and minds of Kenyans today? I'm hard pressed to see that connection, and I would like somebody to paint that picture and bring it to life for me to actually see that these parties coming together, this is how it's going to affect Kenyans 1, 2, 3, 4, or that their interests are actually top of mind when they do come together. If anything, political expediency, check. Making sure that you're still in the pool when the selection is being made, check. Also making sure that somebody remembers your name by being seated in the front seat then when these pacts are actually being done, check. I don't see that Kenyans and their needs and their livelihoods being protected are front and center when these pacts are being made. So for me, it is about 2027 elections, is it not?
I think it is Adam Smith who said that it is not for the generosity of the butcher that we have our stake on the dinner table. Every politician has, short and long-term interest. And definitely anybody who is in power, the most important thing is that he stays in power. But for him to stay in power, he needs to implement certain, policies that they committed to the people. Those out of power would always want to get into power. Okay, so to that extent, you might say that then there are political interests to it. But in my view, right now, for the president especially, it might not necessarily be 2027. It will most likely be that parliament is stable and the streets are quiet.
Parliament is stable, that he has numbers from the opposition.
Yes, because anybody who is in office and who has legislation to pass, who have policies to be approved by Parliament, will need numbers in Parliament. I think we will be very naive to think a president will just sit pretty and see his numbers in Parliament whittling away and be comfortable that after all I will negotiate with the Parliament. All over the world, those who are ruling will always want to secure a comfortable majority. If they cannot have them in their own party, then they would come into an arrangement, a coalition, on a cooperation with certain parties who are not in power, so that they are able to secure the process of making decisions.
That's exactly how coalitions exist all over the world.
Exactly.
Because somebody wants to be in a position where they are the ones who call the shots and they can't do it alone. So they look for someone whom they can partner with. And in the process of partnering, there is divide and share.
Yeah.
Yes.
And during that period, there are certain issues that can then be pushed that are important to the people. For instance, some of the issues that have been talked about in NADCO, but also in the MOU, are things that are critical to this country. The issues on electoral justice, they're critical issues that we need to look at. But we are not able to look at them when Parliament is so divided that they are not able to agree on anything. Okay, issues to do with devolution, taking money down to the counties, is important. But we will need, the politicians to be speaking from the same language, both in the National Assembly and in Parliament. We will need people at the Treasury to be able to give proposals that make sense and that speak to that. Otherwise, they will always find a reason for not pursuing those objectives.
But Joshua, theoretically speaking, what you say is very true, that there have to be some form of consensus. Unfortunately, the consensus that we see doesn't always favor the citizenry.
Like I've said, politicians have their own selfish interest.
They
do. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
There's everything wrong with that, Joshua.
Let me tell you, without selfish interest, there are very, very few politicians who would take the risk. Politics is not an easy thing. Politics is expensive in time, energy, and resources. And therefore, definitely...
Is it voluntary or is it forced?
Definitely. And that's why I'm telling you, even volunteers, there is normally something that they're pursuing. Indeed, at a number of times, some of those selfish interests then converge with, the common interest.
Give me an example where selfish interest has converged and suddenly metamorphosized into public interest.
I give you an example. Allow me to give you an example outside the country.
Please, even two.
Yeah. Abraham Lincoln was, in that election where he became president, one of the least expected to become president. He had stronger, opponents and rivals. And so in that election, when he managed to, find himself elected, and America then got into a serious crisis, the war.
The Civil War.
Yeah, the Civil War. And he could not prosecute it alone. He needed stability of the country. He still needed to be president. He had certain, things that he wanted to achieve. For instance, the emancipation issue. But he couldn't do it without his rivals. What did he do? He called on his rivals. And his three key rivals, he gave them key cabinet position. Secretary for State. He gave them the Treasury. And I can't remember the third one.
But was it not clear? You've stated here that it was very clear what he wanted to do.
Indeed.
And he was bringing in his rivals as a means to an end.
Indeed.
Because the emancipation of slaves was a big issue for him.
Indeed.
So it was not for him to come and be president again, but it was to make sure that hundreds of thousands of people could actually be free. I'm trying to draw the parallel between bringing in rivals and giving them key cabinet positions or key positions in government to allow this thing that he wanted to do to become a reality. And here where we say bring people together so that I can be president again in 2027 or so that I can have a position in government in 2027. What are the issues that we are seeing? For example, that these two parties come together and we say because they've come together and as a result of that, 1 will happen, 2 will happen, 3 will happen.
I look at June 2024, 25th. President William Ruto was the head of state.
Still is.
Yes. The country was falling apart. Okay? He definitely, I believe his team must have, painted scenarios on what could happen. One scenario was, I think, the mistake that was made to tell the army to move into the streets. I think it was a mistake. Why do
you think it was a mistake, Joshua?
I think it was a mistake because you cannot control the army. I mean, it was not the first time we are seeing the army in the streets in Kenya. We saw it in 1982. It is not the first time we were seeing it in other countries. And once they get out of the streets, you are not sure when they will
whether they'll go back to the barracks.
Yes, and whether you will control them as.
So, what did that signify to you that the army had to come to the streets?
Definitely, we were at the point of a precipice. The country was almost falling apart. It found me in the CBD. And so I was able to see from the rooftop, firsthand what was happening. And I cried for my country. And I wondered whether grass will still be green the following day. Okay, whether the sun would rise. But so at that moment, as a political leader, the foremost political leader of the country, you have the selfish agenda to sustain yourself in office. But then you also have a responsibility to give leadership to the country. He could have dismissed everybody and stayed in power and faced the kind of things that we are seeing in South Sudan. And other countries. He opted to reach out to, across the aisle and talk with his rivals. I think that is important. And for me, I want to urge Kenyans to take a long-term view of some of these things. That, we have. When I was young, I thought we could turn the country upside down and change all the mess and have the.
Have you changed that view?
I have done. I think I have. City. I think you've known me for a long time.
I've known you for a very long time. Yes.
You knew me as an ardent street.
Revolutionary.
Yes. But I have gotten to the point. I followed. It is Winston Churchill who said that if at 20 you are not an idealist, then you have no heart. But if at 40 you are not a realist, then you have no brain. I think over the years, experience has tempered. With my idealism, I'm at the point where I realize that we can, progressively reform the country.
Looking at reform, and we're going to go to a break in just a minute, but Joshua, just on that point, that there's a lot that needs reform. There's so many things. If we just look at the issues that people cry about on a daily basis, that's enough to fuel some kind of reform. I'm still hard pressed, and you seem to be pretty optimistic about this MOU or this pact between these two parties, but I still need this picture to be painted in large brushstrokes and brought to reality in terms of what can we see will happen to quell the cries of Kenyans because of this pact, because of this MOU. And that from practice we see that implementation is the bane of governance. Will we see that these things are actually implemented?
It is upon us as the civil society. It's upon us as the people to keep pressure on the leaders to focus on the bigger picture. It is possible that they can get comfortable. So it is important that we do ensure that they do not get comfortable, but it is important that we support moves that they are making towards progress. Because if we do not do that, we are the ones to lose. My view is that, if you look at the 10 points that they talked about, there are things that are critical. I mean, we need to talk about inclusivity in this country. You look at access to water in Kiambu, and you look at it in Marandera. Look at the number of kilometers in Marsabit and the number of kilometers in Nairobi. There's definitely something to talk about in terms of inclusivity. So we need to see it reduced into budgets. We need to see it reduced into policy documents. We need to see it reduced into, government spending and so on and so forth. We need to see them reduced into laws and so on. For that to happen, we need leadership.
Yeah. Okay? Absolutely.
Yeah, and for us, and that is why we need a united front of the political groups that we have in the country.
Right.
I will still urge, by the way, the two leaders that they still need to reach out even to those who still remain outside. I mean, people don't have to leave their parties, but they need to focus on these 10 issues, push these 10 issues to ensure that at least we get some of them achieved. I'm sure we are not going to get 100%, but we should be comfortable that we attain a certain percentage.
Governance and policy expert Joshua Odhiambo Nyamori is our guest this hour, and we're looking at this pact between the two parties of ODM and UDA and what it means towards 2027. Joshua believes it's not just about 2027 because that's far off, and that things can actually be done now, and that there's time to push for those things. We'll come back and we'll interrogate this just a little bit more. It's 26 minutes to 9 o'clock. We'll take a quick look at weather and traffic and be back after this.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi at 18 and it's 17 and cloudy in Nakuru with 16 and cloudy in Nyeri. Partly cloudy at 16 in Eldoret, while Mombasa at 28 is cloudy. Malindi at 29 is cloudy. Kisumu at 22 cloudy as well with 22 and sunny conditions in Kakamega. It's cloudy at 22 in Kampala, while Dar es Salaam continues with the rain through Wednesday. It's 15 and mostly sunny in Johannesburg, while at 30 partly sunny in Mogadishu, and it's 18 and sunny in Addis Ababa with cloudy conditions at 27 in Lagos and partly sunny at 24 in Kinshasa.
Spice FM. Spice up your life.
All right, we're still in traffic hour and bits and bobs of traffic in different parts of the city today. Uhuru Highway is going to be busy at your junctions coming in from the Nyayo Stadium roundabout out towards that Bunyala Road stretch and that junction, and then through towards Haile Selassie. It still continues on the Thika Superhighway as well. That seems to be reducing in some parts, but as you get to Survey, that's still clogged as it is on Kiambu Road. This morning, a quick look at the Eastern Bypass will show us that traffic is reducing, but we'll get towards the Cabanas interchange at some point through some traffic. And on Gong Road, bumper to bumper in some parts, but for the most part you'll be able to get through without too much of an issue. Let's keep watching and seeing what things do as we get through traffic hour, and we'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Governance and policy expert is our guest this hour, Joshua Odhiambo Nyamori, and we're looking at the pact between the parties of ODM and UDA and what it then means in 2027. But you seem to think that there is a window right now, maybe a door, maybe an entire house, to get some of these things done, and that would then create, fertile ground for what selections will be made in 2027. Is that so? Do you really see that in the next 2 years, because that's what we are doing now, give or take, right? We're in March 2025. The next election will happen in August 2027. All things remaining constant. So we're looking give or take, because forget about from January, because people are just now, it's full throttle campaigns. So about 18 months that these 10 points will actually be addressed. And mind you, we're looking at some big items here. Corruption, reduce it significantly. Make sure that counties are accountable when it comes to the monies that they do or do not spend. Making sure that young people, or anybody for that matter, are not disappeared. Making sure that the right to protest and to meet and all of that is actually secured in Kenya today. It's implementation of the NADCO report. These are big issues, and we're talking about 18 months.
In 2010, just before, just a day or two after the draft constitution was made public, I remember we sat down as members of the civil society somewhere, and there was indication that both principals may have not been very keen on giving their support. In fact, if you go back to your records, you'll find that it took about 2 or so days before they gave their support to the draft. It took the civil society to reach out to them. It took the civil society to make calls in public. But it does not mean that they had never been committed to the constitutional review process. They were. But along the way, there were certain fears that emerged as they looked at the draft that came out of the COE. So my view is that we have this window of opportunity. We can choose to dismiss it and say that it cannot work. So let's not give them, let's not support them. Let's not give them a chance, because in any case, nothing has ever worked. But we have known that certain things have worked during times of crisis. So my view is, as a country, we need to look at those issues, what we think are important, support and push, okay? Allow them to give and take. And to compromise until we are able to achieve. We can't achieve all those that they set out, but I believe we can achieve some of them. Yes. The amount that we'll achieve will depend on, the goodwill that is there, whether they will continue to work together, and whether we as Kenyans stay on course.
Joshua,
and it is at very difficult times.
Joshua.
Dr. Muga.
What is it about these two leaders that convinces you that they have the wherewithal and the capacity to actually take the citizenry of this country and shape this government so that it actually does what a government is supposed to do for its people? What is it about these two?
The two of them in 2022 brought together about 14 million people in terms of votes. The difference between the two of them were only 200,000 votes. Definitely, both of them have lost certain support, but the whatever support they still have, they can be able to pull them together. Why am I saying this? You realize that the situation in the streets changed immediately. Raila made an indication that he does not support the street protests, and he asked that also you want William Ruto to leave. Then what? That changed the paradigm. Okay, so it meant that even amongst the Gen Zs, there was a certain group amongst them that listened to their leader, and leaders have influence. Okay, so Raila comes with a political influence that he has built over the years. Okay, then William Ruto is head of government. He has the government structures. He also has his political structures and the political support basis. My view is that they need to pull those together, and they will need to invite any other political groupings that are still out.
You're speaking like a politician. Let me rephrase my question.
Yes.
What qualities do these two leaders have beyond their ability to be astute politicians that would ensure that this country is governed? Being a politician doesn't make you a good manager. The country right now requires itself to be steered in a direction that will guarantee that these resources we talk about that we have, and indeed we do have them, that it actually works for the betterment of the citizenry, and that this economy actually grows. Qualities that they have that would guarantee the governance, that would bring in the prosperity, that would lessen the poverty, that would ensure that the apathy that we feel and the dejection that the citizenry feel and this dollop of mistrust that is there is reduced. What is it that these two have?
As well as, let me just add on that. You say that these two leaders have come together to pull their support. They're pulling their support to remain in power, not to save this, to address issues about the citizens. We talk about the Gen Z, them pulling out because they listen to them. No, it's because they're intimidated by the police.
I don't think so. I don't think that it is the police that pulled a significant part of the Gen Z out of the road.
I agree with you on that.
Yeah, the police, the Gen Z actually overran the police. And so my view is that there is a certain part of the Gen Z that listened to their political leadership and pulled out of the streets. If it is only technocrats that we required, then we would have looked for Martin Oduro Tieno. Joshua. Just listen to me. Just listen to me.
No.
in political decisions, because the country is moved forward through political decisions. You in political decisions, especially that require numbers, whether it is numbers in legislation in parliament, or whether it is numbers in terms of the public support, you basically
Joshua, you've set your own exam, so you're definitely going to pass it.
You basically
you have your own marking scheme, so you know. Joshua, you know what I'm asking.
Yeah.
You see, when you have a leader in the position, particularly in the position of a president, they put across policies. They ensure those policies are followed, and the result of those policies are what brings about the things that we all want. If you say there are policies and we are told they've been implemented and one doesn't see the changes that were promised, and this goes on, then it points to an inability. I am asking the question again. What is it about the two that will ensure, because we don't need new policies, we have policies already.
We have policies. We have had the dysfunctional governance structures for many years, not only within the last 2 or 3 years. This is a country in which President Uhuru had at some point to come out in public and allow police to come back to the streets because the police sabotaged what they were trying to do with the NTSA. You remember that? This is a country in which it is said that when the police commissioner Nyaseda tried to bring reforms, then the police system actually sabotaged him. And he had to be thrown out. So what am I saying is that a number of these decisions that are to be made are decisions that would go contrary to the processes as they have been moving, to the things that as they have been working. The president definitely needs political support for that. Okay, and I think for me that is what Raila Odinga brings. But at the same time, I think the fact that that they are able to sit down to make this decision is critical for me.
But I don't disagree with that.
Yes.
I am a huge proponent of the Kenyan political class's ability to talk and to agree.
Yes.
It is a wonderful, wonderful thing. It is not that. It's what happens after the talking and the agreement. Our lived experience has been some benefit can be seen, but it's beyond the peace. Peace is good. You can't just eat it, but peace is good. What you eat is development and growth and the expansion of wealth to everybody. That's what you eat. So I'm saying beyond the peace, we can see the peace, we understand it, and it is a very good thing. It is an excellent thing. And it's something that our neighbors could take a leaf from us and borrow. But beyond that, there is the need for the country to actually move forward economically.
Progress. Yes.
I'll give you an example. The housing levy is a very unpopular levy, isn't it? However, as a student of economics, I would tell you that construction economics has been economics that has been applied to ensure that money circulates. Okay? And because when you spend money on construction, then it pays not only the contractor, it pays suppliers, it pays laborers, it pays those who manufacture the steel and the cement, and then this would translate to the taxi drivers and matatus and so on and so forth. So the more construction you do in a country, the more the money would circulate. However, because this money to finance construction of housing must come from somewhere. The only other option that the government had was to get it from pay slips. It couldn't get it. We couldn't borrow to build houses. Okay. Now to get that money from pay slip, it is an unpopular decision.
Why do you think it's unpopular, Joshua?
It is unpopular because it is pinching into our.
Is that the only reason why it's unpopular?
probably part of the problem could be communication.
What else apart from communication?
Tell me if there's any other. For me, I think the most important thing is because it is pinching into the pay slips. But the other thing is that a number of majority of Kenyans have not understood how they would directly or indirectly
Who's supposed
benefit.
to make them understand?
The government.
There you go.
Now, the kind of communication that is needed is a political communication. Technocrats cannot make that communication.
Actually,
and I think you have brought, I have watched, I follow you very keenly, and you have brought technocrats here to talk about the housing levy. But they talk about it, they try to explain it, but they
don't understand it themselves.
You can't give what you don't have.
No.
I don't think we lack an explanation.
I don't think we lack
in terms of an explanation, because if it was clearly understood in terms of how it's supposed to play out, it wouldn't be so difficult to explain. We've had many different explanations from different people who are in government.
On the same subject.
The same subject from practitioners, whether it is the Ministry of Lands, whether it is housing.
I have followed your discussions. I think the confusion that arises is that there were discussions that were held prior to the enactment of Affordable Housing Act. And then there were discussions that were held after the Affordable Action Act. The frameworks are extremely different. For instance, on the issue of the financing, previously it was a contribution, it was a saving, but after the act, it was it is a tax. Okay, so. All this would need, the political structures to be able to understand it and communicate it and agree to communicate it, because as it is being communicated now, there are certain political groups that decide to misinterpret it. Yeah.
How can you possibly misinterpret this matter? Really?
Yeah.
You see why I asked Joshua?
Yes.
When you think of the subject of housing, it is a wonderful subject. It is a wonderful thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Mm-hmm. Governments all over the world have attempted to do this. You create or you build houses that make it possible for people who don't earn high incomes to also have decent dwellings.
True.
Okay? And they are usually very highly subsidized. Okay?
Sure.
We've had that in this country for a very long time. They are called municipal housing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Mm-hmm. It's a good idea. I like the idea.
Mm-hmm.
But what is difficult about communicating and saying, we want to build these houses, we will tax you, this is how it's going to go.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same discussion you can ask with the Shah issue that we keep talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Explaining it. Even if the explanation is difficult, explain it. There'll be noise, but you have said it. If you do not hit it on the head when you should, and you vacillate and you go back and forth, then you create mistrust. And it was completely unnecessary.
Dr. Muga, that is why it is important that the masses listen to their political leaders more than they listen to the technocrats. And that is why it is important that the political leadership pull together and speak one language. You get what I'm saying?
No, I
don't. Because without that, the technocrats can come here and explain it 10 times. But the public will not listen.
But it's got to be within the interest of the said politician to actually see these things happen.
The technocrats implement these things, Joshua.
That's their job.
How do you implement something you don't understand and you can't explain with clarity?
I don't think. I've been listening to the discussions that have been going on here. Even the people you have hosted, I've watched very closely when you hosted the PS. I've watched when you hosted other people. There's the MP was the architect. The MP from Kisi.
He's called Manduku.
Yes. Talked very, very eloquently about the issue. But the issue is, so long as the politicians in the streets are still speaking a different language, the masses will listen to the politician, not listen to the technocrat.
Yeah.
You get me?
I see.
Yeah.
And this is the message.
Understood you.
I mean, very clear on what you're saying, but I still go back to what I'm saying in terms of, if it is not within the interest of said politician for people to actually have a house, for example, or for people to be able to walk into hospital and get the care that they need. If that's not the primary interest, I can say anything up here. And so long as the peace has been brokered, we're done. But that's the next step after that, to see the actual implementation of these things, I think is what has a lot of people worried today. That, okay, because you've come together, are we actually going to see the fruits of this coming together?
We need to continuously engage.
What is going to ensure that the birth of the baby after this marriage is going to be something that will benefit Kenyans? And that's where, the rubber meets the road. Who's insisting?
As well as engagement does not mean coming together in a marriage. Opposition had its role in making sure that the policies put in place by the government are actually achieved. They didn't have to come together.
Interestingly, I think there's a discussion that you've been having on this table that we do not have an opposition. Okay, we only have minority and majority.
That particular it has been postulated by very many people.
Yes, but then my point is that as I told you, some of these things require numbers in parliament and numbers in the streets.
Even when it's not in the interest of the people.
No. But the issues we are talking about. Tell me anything amongst the 10 points that are not in the interest of the people.
That's the
issue
point.
of inclusivity is
that's the point that it's been hidden right there in plain sight, and that's what we're saying. That you can come to me and you can hoodwink me to make me think that you actually are interested in what affects me as a citizen, Dennis as a citizen, yourself, Joshua, or CT. But the question is beyond the 10 points, beyond the razzmatazz at KICC, beyond the documentation where people even announced it but essentially pulled themselves away from its responsibility, beyond coming together and saying, here we are, I do or I do.
You remember me
what happens after that? Because that's what's going to let us know whether you were interested in saying it so that we look at you and say this is fantastic, or us actually seeing that these things will actually be implemented.
You remember me talking about Adam Smith's quote of it is not in the interest of the selfish interest of the butcher that we have
a steak on the table.
Yes. My point is whatever the interest would be, President William Ruto's interest could be that he finishes his first term, he gets re-elected. Raila Odinga's interest could be that he is involved in government, even though he was not declared the president, and probably he continues to sustain himself even despite his advanced age in government and in politics. That could be their selfish interest. However, in pushing those selfish interests, they have advanced and proclaimed, points that are important for us. And it is upon us to then ensure that we push them along those lines. If by implementing what we want, President Ruto then convinces us to re-elect him, so be it. If Raila Odinga is to be close to government for the next 2 years, but we are able to deal with issues of leadership and integrity, so be it. You get me? So long as we are able to achieve our goals. However, if we are to say that it really doesn't matter what those politicians want, for us as Kenyans, this is what we want, how are we going to effect them? Are we going to go to church and the mosques and pray about them and hope that we will wake up the following day and realize that there's no corruption in the country, that there's inclusivity in budgetary design and implementation, that there is no ethnicity?
But isn't it important that Kenyans are actually able to call these things out and say that we see what this looks like to us? You have a position to either convince me that you're serious or stop this charade, because that's the thing. And I think that should we go to church or mosque to pray? Not necessarily, but the responsibility to actually call out and say we can actually see what it is that you're doing, because we've seen it before. It's not the first time people have come together and promised heaven and earth. What's going to make sure that this time is different?
And that's why I'm saying we need to engage as Kenyans. And engaging does not mean that we necessarily support everything they want. The engaging means that we support what is positive and what will deliver our interests as a public, and we call them out when it is important to call them out. But at the same time, there is a problem in the country. And the problem is a problem of negativity. That we have reached a point, and I don't blame Kenyans for that. As you said, over the years, things have not worked. So that Kenyans do not believe that anything will work, especially if it is led by politicians. So my view is that we cannot afford to lose hope. We cannot afford to lose hope.
We're actually not that negative.
Yeah.
If you look at the crowds that attend functions, it tells you we still believe. It's just that we have been let down so often. We appear like we don't believe, but Kenyans still expect some good to come out of the political leadership.
You agree with me that if you and I went to Kibra or Mathare and start speaking about this issue, we will hardly get 10 people around.
What 10? I mean, you might even not live their life.
Exactly. But then when William Ruto and Raila Odinga go to those places, they pull crowds, and those crowds are able to, stand there and listen to them. And that is what we need to use. That is a resource that we need to use positively. We cannot dismiss it and say that it is unnecessary and that we are not going to use it, and because we have been disappointed previously, therefore we want to try and do it alone. Okay? There is a theory by a guy called Robust. I think it was I've forgotten the exact name, but it's about a theory of innovation. Mm-hmm. And the theory says that there are about 4 or 5 categories of people. The first category is it's called Everett, Robert Everest. Mm-hmm. The first category are the innovators. The innovators may have very good ideas, but they can't take them anywhere. So the technocrats you are talking about, they could have very good ideas, but the masses cannot believe them. The next category are the characters like President William Ruto and Right Honorable Raila Odinga. They do not have the time to think about it, but they see selfish interest in those agenda, and they pick those agenda. They go out there. They have people within the file and ranks of their groups who will listen to them when they speak. Okay? That is the early majority. And then there is the late majority that will follow because, the early majority, it has become a craze. You get me?
I get you.
Yeah.
I mean, look, the discourse is necessary, and I think that you come to a place whereby you continue to have this kind of discourse, and then it leads to 2 things: people keep talking or people do something about it. And I think that's at the point where we are at now. Governance and policy expert Joshua Odhiambo Nyamori has been our guest this hour, and we want to thank you so much for being here with us, helping us push these conversations that are necessary to have every day. Asante sana.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. It's 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Lea Ubaga. Interior PS Raymond Omolo has now said there is little information his ministry can release to the public regarding the abduction of chiefs in the northeastern region during President William Ruto's visit. Omolo, however, said talks between Kenya and Somalia are ongoing to ensure that the officials return to the country safe and alive.
There hasn't been dead silence. There's definitely a lot that is going on, some of which we may not necessarily be able to discuss on air. But maybe just to really understand how security then becomes everybody's concern. And this just demonstrates that none of us is immune to some of these insecurity incidences. And what we have done, and the president didn't pronounce himself that he will do what it takes to secure the 5 chiefs. We are constantly engaging.
And regarding the case of the Wajir MCA who was allegedly abducted and then found after more than 6 months, Omolo indicated that not all abduction cases are genuine.
Maybe there were 2 different MCAs, one abducted and dead, another one abducted in court and finally has shown up. It will be good, of course, they're in hospital. It's important that they go through the motions, and it will be good that we are able to even hold people to account. At times, it becomes very difficult being government when it's like in the morning I wake up, I leave my house, I'm going to work. For whatever reason, I end up in Mombasa, and I haven't told my family that I'm in Mombasa. And then my family then says the PS has been abducted.
Meanwhile, Omolo said the government has been going through a difficult time ensuring that the bodies exhumed from Shakahola are identified by their families.
We've been struggling even to positively identify. Now, for you to be able to positively identify bodies, then you must have, whether it's relatives or people who are close to those who passed away or who lost their lives. And in that process, you don't get everybody coming up. So even as you struggle to do those DNA analysis and the like, you end up in a situation where you have, whether it's indeterminate or undocumented cases. That is the bulk of what you've just mentioned, that we still have so many bodies that we've not been able to positively identify.
And Cherangani MP Patrick Simiyu has expressed satisfaction with the move by a research firm to rank him first in terms of performance. Simiyu has urged his fellow leaders to adhere to ethics and transparency when allocating resources to implement development projects without favoritism. My apologies for that. And the High Court has ordered an investigation into the Police Department Cooperative Society. In the order, the court said that an investigation into the board of directors of alleged money laundering should be conducted. Justice Muteti also authorized the Cooperative Fraud Investigation Unit instead of the DCI to investigate allegations of financial misappropriation at the police SACCO. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, taking a look at what's happening with traffic this morning as we're creeping out of traffic hour in not too long from now. Still a little bit of it left on the Thika Superhighway as you come towards the city. And on Gong Road, we'll see a little bit of traffic as well. But again, it hasn't been too painful this morning, and still dry streets, so good for that. Some parts of the city like Muthaiga are coming in towards from Limuru Road, and also on Kiambu Road, still pretty busy. And there's traffic that's heading off of a survey through towards Moranga Road. But apart from that, I think we've done well with traffic this morning, and everybody seems to have gotten where they need to go. Let's just take a look in about half hour or so and see how that has all fizzled out. We'll talk in the meantime on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning, and it's 6 minutes after 9 o'clock into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. We're clicking onto our live streams on YouTube, on Facebook, and on X through the morning with our audiences around the country on radio and on KTN. Always good to have you here as we continue. Heavy conversations that we've had about things. It's important to keep discourse up, and that's some of the things that we do on this show every day. Is that there's certain conversations that must remain on the front burner, not on the back burner, but that discourse amongst people who are invested in terms of what's happening in their lives, in their units, in their societies, and indeed in country are kept front and center, and it's very important for us to do so. And so we continue doing that every morning. So we're looking at certain preparations that are made towards certain processes in the country. And usually people are counted. A census takes place. And because of those numbers and that data and information, certain decisions are made. Decisions on how you will spend money as a national government. Decisions on how you will allocate. Decisions on demarcations so that you will know who will administer over particular areas. All of those are done because of this data and information. Now, in 2019, this census took place. There was a result. Now, in 2025, we've seen that according to the court, because of a petition that was made, certain results were, nullified. And because of that, certain questions are being raised that because of this nullification, what happened in terms of money spent, in terms of allocations given, would those still remain legal? And what does that portend for the future? Build up to the conversation that we're having this hour. And as we do that, Abdullahi Alas is in the studio with us, not a stranger to the Situation Room, sitting in the hot seat once again. But for all intents and purposes, we must say, Abdullahi, Happy New Year.
Let's all have blessed year.
Indeed. Let's us at the very least try, isn't it? Very glad that you're with us this morning. As you know, CT has a proverb. He'll tell you where it's from and he'll tell you what it is. And then you'll tell us how you interpret that.
As usual.
Yeah.
As usual.
As usual.
Asante
sana.
Asante.
Things have been good.
We are in the Gabonese Republic, whose capital city is Libreville. This particular proverb is interesting. To one who does not know, a small garden is a forest.
To the one who doesn't know,
a small garden
is
a forest.
He who has not traveled thinks that the whole world is like his village.
How very true.
There's this guy in Ednah's constituency,
yes,
who says when a person is born in Tula Tula, goes to primary school in Tula Tula, he goes to secondary school in Tula Tula, he goes to university in Tula Tula, he marries in Tula Tula girl. All he knows is Tula Tula. So what you know, if you are not exposed by virtue of opportunity, exposure is through opportunities.
Absolutely.
If a person was not given an opportunity to, if I did not go to school as a camel herder, I will be like my 79-year uncle who was never left less than 200 kilometers square for the last 78 years. I'm not better than him, but
you're just better exposed.
I got an opportunity to go to school and then I got exposed.
Yeah.
Then that exposure came with some, token and some experience. So that's why the opportunity of the census my sister just talked about, we're going to indulge, I did some work, is to show that a country like ours is suffering from inequity of opportunities. My dear, elections in Kenya, rather census in Kenya, have a silent underlying undertone on issues of politics in mind and elections in mind. If you look at Kenya, we have had census from 1963. If you look at, let's just do the one of 2009 and the one of 2019, and let's go a bit to Moi.
Okay.
Moi, when he became the president, the central elites, or the quote-unquote Kikuyu mafias, were in charge of the state. And the state, whether it is the Attorney General's office or Parliament in terms of numbers, people in the judiciary, those in the State House, those in the military. So the architecture of the state was under the Kikuyu, people. So Moi became a president after Kenyatta died in 78. I think my mother was married in 79 and I was born thereafter. So if you critically look at what Moi did to suppress the influence of central Kenya in Rift Valley is to make sure that no Kikuyu wins in Rift Valley.
Yeah.
One. Two, there were mushrooming of constituencies, looking even from villages and densely populated places of the Kikuyus vis-a-vis the sparsely populated areas of the Kalenjins.
Okay.
Then that's how he was controlling. There is another work I've done some work on with a friend, that the introduction of illicit brew, the sophisticated one, not the buza, the changa I saw at Busia, where there is the pot and then there is that small stick.
That's Mrija.
That's Mrija, not that one. Even from Kibaki time, and even the Wamunyoro guy, the Gachagua, the truthful man, was fighting illicit brew. Why do you think there is only illicit brew in Central Kenya?
But I want to bring you to.
I'm coming to the same.
Yeah.
So it's about population control.
Yeah.
It's a strategy by the state. And I don't think a director at Kenya Bureau of Standard has the powers to influence or interfere.
Bureau of Statistics.
Bureau of Statistics.
Yes.
On issues of numbers and those things. This is, if you look at the regions that have produced the presidents, have the highest hospitals vis-a-vis population. If you look at, let's say, Muranga, a referral hospital that is serving 800 billion, while that in Nyanza is serving 4 million.
Let's give this context. I want to come back and just give this some context, because then we can jump off properly from that.
Yeah.
All right. So there was a census that took place in 2019, which we know. And just for purposes of, clarity for you, so this makes a lot of sense for you. You come often to Nairobi from Mandera.
And I drive.
You drive from Mandera to Nairobi, isn't it?
1,060 kilometers.
Okay. Now, the High Court has ordered a fresh census for 3 northeastern counties, and it is ending a 5-year legal battle. That one we know. That in 2019 the census was taken, and people said, "Excuse me, the results of this census do not make sense." High Court nullified the 2019 census result for Mandera, Wajir, and Garissa counties, citing serious discrepancies in the population figures. This was in January this year. The court found that the reported decline in population of the 3 counties was inconsistent with previous trends, rendering the results unreliable, because that's what a census does, isn't it? They see the trends that have been taking place over time, they count, and then they say, well, based on these numbers, it's clear that it's going in an upward or downward trajectory. Now, they said that because we've seen how things have been going in these 3 counties, these numbers that we're seeing, this is just not possible that this would have happened in this manner. KNBS has subsequently been directed to conduct a fresh mini census in the affected constituencies within 1 year. So between January this year and January next year. So we are seeing that these numbers are inconsistent with the way the trajectory should be going. But then why is it such a big deal? And I think that's where you're going. Why is it such a big issue? Because many would say, all right, well, we made a mistake. Go back, do the thing, and let's move on. Is it just as simple?
My dear, we cannot just discuss the case. We have to contextualize it. And where is it coming from? Who filed the case?
This is now where you come in.
Yeah. Who filed the case? Congratulations to the Kenyan government. But now Kenyan government is having 2 types of people. The people who benefit from the state because their people are in power, and those that are outside. In terms of population, how do you measure population? It's number of births and deaths. I gave birth to 12 kids maybe, or 13, then 5 died. That's how you take notes.
You take a step back, first of all, and you consider the number of women, not men, who are of childbearing age. You start there.
Yes.
Once you have that number, you are then able to formulate and give...
Where do you get that data? From the maternity?
Yes.
At the hospital?
Actually, partly from the births, which are documented.
Yes.
There's a registry.
And the girls were documented. And we have a very clear idea as to when girls are of childbearing age.
Now,
that population gives you what you call an indicator of the sort of population you can have.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
The state, if you look at 2009, who was the president?
Kibaki.
Kibaki.
Yes.
Did he have issues with the census? We didn't. Who was the Minister for Planning then? Oparanya. Now come to 2019. Who was the President?
Uhuru Kenyatta.
Uhuru Kenyatta.
Yes.
Now, what happens is if you do some digging through the sources in government or those in the know, you realize that there are algorithms in places where statistically the numbers that they have said are not, adding. If you take like Takaba, the census of 2019,
where is Takaba?
Takaba is in Mandera West, Mandera County. 2019, it says that it's 161,70. 1.
Is it a constituency?
Yeah, it's one of the 6 constituencies in Mandera County.
So it said the population was 161,071.
That's the yes.
Okay.
Now, from the figures they said that they're contesting is 96 close to, in 2009 it was 93,300. Now when you add the current one of 2019, which is 61, that they said it's not accurate, they are close to 63,401 families that disappear.
No, sorry, just clarify that.
When you compare the numbers in 2009.
What was the number in 2009?
209 is 161,701.
161,701.
Yes.
701. That was the population
of Takaba West in 2009.
Fine. Now
2019, they said it is 98,300.
Okay. So essentially what you're saying is that if this number changed in 10 years, that you've actually taken 161,701, and when you remove 98,000, how many?
63,401
so
have disappeared.
So where did 63,000 people go in 10 years?
That is the question they're not answering.
Okay.
Which means almost 10,000 households have disappeared from the face of Takaba County.
Because according to, and this is why I say we need to talk about the reasons why it's such a big deal.
Yes.
Because according to the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, a household in Kenya today would be comprised of between 5 to 6 people. That's the standard that they give.
Where?
In Kenya, okay? So now that's where my next question comes to you. That's why you're able to say that 10,000 households have disappeared because of this 63,000.
Yes.
And that's the number essentially that KNBS is giving.
Now, if you look at birth rates in northern Kenya and birth rates in other regions, I'll give you an example of, let's say, 2 classmates, one from Murang'a and one from Mandera. I don't want to mention names. They went to school together, they finished high school together, they finished university together, they're in their 50s. Currently, they're about 55, 56.
Okay.
One, in his house, the ratio is 1 to 10.
He's got 10 children.
Yes.
Okay.
The other one is 1 to 2. And that is the average house in northern Kenya. At 40, the minimum, unless someone had issues with giving birth and other things, an average 40, 45 years minimum children is 6 to 7. But you'll find people with 30 kids from different mothers. Maybe he has 4 wives, each one gives birth to 10. What is our marriage age? It's between 19, 20. I married at 23.
You, the man?
Yes.
At what age are girls married?
Girls are married between 18, 19 and 20. But in the countryside, in the rural Kenya, 17, 16 are married.
14, 15, 16 going upwards.
Upwards, especially the pastoral communities.
Yes.
Whether it is in Pokot, Marakwet, Turkana, Samburu, Somalis, even part of the Kalenjins.
Yes.
Now, if the data now is politically used for accumulation of power and numbers in terms of resources, these numbers don't make sense. Because when you're holding this exercise, who are the people in charge and do? KNBS. So what happened? What were they?
I mean, also, so there's several bodies that play a part.
Yes. So this was there something that was. That's why even I think we will appeal the decision. I'm sure it will not. It can't be held in 1 year because that's the High Court. We have to go to Court of Appeal. We have to go to Supreme Court. This is not an exercise in dust. The end of the exercise of courts in Kenya, it doesn't end at the High Court.
But the High Court has said there's a problem. take this issue.
Yeah, I can appeal. That's why we will go to the Court of Appeal.
But what's the problem here, Abdullah? Because what we are saying is that High Court has said there is a problem.
On what?
Hold on. The petition came to the court.
By who?
They were actually members of this constituency.
Say
members
what?
of these constituencies
Yes.
came out and said,
Yes.
we have a problem with these numbers. They've said the exact same.
Yes, but who said that these are the numbers?
Hang on. They've said the exact same thing you've said.
No, who said that we have a problem with the numbers from Census?
Allow me to finish.
Let me ask the question.
The
Is there a problem?
individuals, or are you saying there's no problem?
No,
because
I'm
the
saying
individuals came out.
who has said that Mandera is 98 and not 161?
The KNBS are the ones
Yes,
who said it.
so
now
that's
this
why
is
we're
what
going to
just
court.
hang on, just a minute.
Yes.
Because we're saying the same thing. That they have gone to court. The petitioners took this to court and have actually sued county governments, sued the KNBS, sued the national government, and said these numbers, based on what we know, the same things that you are saying cannot be the case.
Yes.
So High Court said, okay, let's take this into consideration. They did the investigation, did the due diligence, and they said, actually, yes, in fact, it's not possible that the numbers that KNBS is telling us as a result of the census are correct. So based on that, we are going to nullify the results of this census, and we are instructing that a new mini census takes place.
That's what I'm saying. The government can appeal.
Why? What?
The government, you see.
But why would you have a problem with that?
I don't have a problem. We are not getting each other. I'm saying the process of court does not end at the High Court.
But why would you want it to continue if they
it's
said
not
go
me.
ahead?
I'm saying the government can still go to the Court of Appeal and Supreme Court, or they can allow the exercise to happen.
Okay.
They can prepare. Because, now when you say you're going to hold a mini census, you have to put all the mechanisms in place.
Yes.
You need a budget through
Yes.
Parliament.
Yes.
You need to recruitment exercise. You need now to...
A mini census is a census.
It's a census.
Yes.
Now, the other problem we have in northern Kenya that most maybe other Kenyans will not understand, when you're a farmer, you do not know what troubles a camel herder goes with maybe 200 camels. The other thing is, when are the census done in this country?
Every 10 years.
Every 10 years. Now, when you do every 10 years, what happens if there are drought in northern Kenya and all the families and pastoralists, which 80% have gone to either Ethiopia, Somalia, or Uganda? How do you plan?
That is called migration.
Yes, when people migrate because of the circumstances in the country, that is what happens.
But that is what also happens when you're collecting data. That is what you consider.
Yes, but sometimes it's not. Because there are people from Garissa, Wajir, and Mandera who go up to Kismayo. We have two countries, Somalia and Kenya, but at the border of Somalia and Kenya, almost 750 kilometers, are people of the ethnic group.
Yes.
They speak the same language.
Yes.
So when there are droughts in either Wajir or Garissa or Mandera,
they move.
It's okay for us to move.
Yeah.
It's also okay for them to move. Because they come to the chiefs, they are registered, they graze, and then they go back. Now, if, and I'm speaking to you as a camel herder, not just as a journalist. If the camel and the goats and the cows have nothing to eat, and the government did not put in contingency, mechanisms in place, people have gone. Who are you going to censor? The trees? So you see, it's incumbent upon the government to consider all these factors.
They do actually.
But I'm saying, this census reveals what has been happening in the country. That's why I'm taking you back. If you look at the national schools, where are all the national schools?
In Kenya.
Where in Kenya? They're all in central Kenya.
No, that's not true.
How many?
That's not true.
Majority.
You have national schools in central Kenya. You have national schools at the coast.
Yes.
You have national schools in western Kenya.
How many are they?
How many national schools in total? I would have to
majority
go and check.
Concentrate on certain areas.
No.
Look at the referral. Let me just, if it's
Abdullahi,
about...
that's why they're called
let me give you now...
Abdullahi, that is not entirely true.
Let me now give you this, then you will repeat with your data. Kiambu County has 13 level 4 hospitals, and the whole of Nyanza has 5. Yeah, I want you to repeat that. Kiambu County and Nyeri counties combined have 38 specialty doctors, and the whole of Coast Province has 5. Has only, and 5 of the counties have only 10. From the last Ken MB statistic, Nyeri has 1 level 5 hospital, and the whole of this. So there are data from KMBS that people cannot, why is it that some regions will have 5 with a population of 800, and some regions will have 1 with a population of 400?
But that is the reason why when we had devolution, there were certain components within the financing of the devolved units that was made available so that the very iniquities you're speaking about were narrowed.
Sorted out.
Yes. Now, that is the argument I was told yesterday by a member of parliament when I was at K24.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you are running and competing in marathon, when you say, on the mark, set and go, you must be at the par.
Yes.
Okay? We were 50 years behind. Kenya is a corrupt country, both at the national and the county. So these things are affecting. Because, you know, you cannot cherry pick what to do with government.
Okay.
I'm saying that there are three things leaders need to consider when they want to build a country. Fighting illiteracy, fighting diseases, fighting hunger.
So I hear you say the census and the anomalies that appear now are intentionally in place to deny the region development.
I am saying they intentionally done that so that some regions have more resources than other regions. Yes. You heard in Parliament yesterday.
Did it stop? Can we see that there was a direct line between the numbers that the KNBS results gave in 2019 and the allocation of resources to these three counties of Garissa, Wajir and Mandera? Can we see that there was there a reduction in the allocation of revenue to these counties because of the numbers that we saw presented in 2019?
I have not gone to the Senate and the Control of Budget to get information. So I will be speculating. But this is what I'll tell you. Numbers in terms of census, it's supposed to be projection of development, underdevelopment, how to bring those who are left behind at par. And that's why today Mandera gets the third biggest resources than Kiambu or Muranga. But what is the poverty level of Mandera and that of Kiambu?
What is one of the questions that CT perennially asks here is that, can anybody tell us over the last 10 years or 13 years of devolution now where we are, and show us what exactly has been done with the hundreds of millions, hundreds, billions that have gone not just in northeastern, anywhere in the country. Show us shilling to shilling in terms of development that has happened with the money that has actually gone.
We have a budget of 3 trillion in this country. How much goes to counties? About 360.
No, it was just 390 something.
390.
Yes.
After it was proposed for 420,
but they gave 390.
Yes.
Now 3 trillion minus 390, which means 85% are in the national government.
Yes.
Are we asking what the 2.39 something trillion is doing?
We should be. I think we're asking that question every day.
This
Where does
is
the
what
money
you're
go?
doing. When you look at our governance, our problem is the governance we have. And I said here the first time you guys invited me, it started in 1963.
Started before 1963.
No, for us, when we became, when Kenyatta became president, the problem is Kenyatta was a semi-literate carpenter. He didn't know much about government. He was power.
Actually a water meter reader.
No, water meter reader.
Yes.
But complexity of complexity of governance. I do not want people to belittle knowledge.
Yes.
I do not want people to belittle skills and experience.
Kenyatta was not semi-literate. That man was completely literate.
If he was, Northern Kenya, the temperature of Mandera today is 44. We don't need electricity. We don't need electricity at the generated power. No. If the government of Kenya considered Kenya as one, we will have had solar power and wind power.
At independence, bro.
No, even from then, you plan. You plan.
But solar wasn't. Do you know
I am traveling in a road.
When we got to
I am traveling in a road that is 61 years, still dusty. You've seen my video.
In 61 years, the road has not
been done. How you've suffered as a result of that road.
And that is the consequences of not planning. You're a researcher.
Okay, so
when you're planning for a country,
I understand.
Let me finish and do.
Yeah.
When you're planning for a country, you do short-term plans and long-term plans.
Mid-term plans, long-term plans.
The Lamu port was planned in 1974. I wasn't born, but today it's functioning.
Right.
So there are things you plan for 25 years, 30 years, 50 years. There was not much. Mandera County got 9 billion in the first 50 years of independence. But in the first year, we got 10 billion.
In the first year of devolution?
Yes.
Yes.
So what I'm saying is, this country, when the president comes from that region, it benefits most. Yesterday we were told Didi Nyoro's budget chairman constituency is the benchmarking for members of parliament. And then you know who is shouting? It is Junaid and Ichugwa.
Yeah.
What does that tell you as a policy and a researcher? It tells you the budget committee prepared a budget. It was tabled in parliament. Did anyone scrutinize that thing? What do you need to do? You bring a statistician, you bring an M&E person, you bring an economist, you bring people who analyze information, you give them the budget, and then maybe pay them 200,000. Within a week, they are going to give you every projection of every constituency. What does that tell you? It tells you we are just living with the politics of, patronage and doing things without analyzing.
Are you telling me that in the county of Mandera, you don't see similar things with the government of Mandera?
Yeah. Similar on what?
Similar in terms of patronage, similar in terms of favoritism.
That I said 2 years ago here, everything that every bad manners that was in the national government has been transferred to the county governments.
The reason why I'm going with this, the planning that you speak of which didn't exist, existed. That is why Northeastern was marginalized. It was planned. It was not accidental.
It was a planned marginalization.
Yes, it was
deliberate by the Kenyan government.
It was not accidental at all.
Yes.
That realization is what brought about the Equalization Fund. When people were having an honest discussion about the country, they said, no. Some places were left behind deliberately, and we must give them an opportunity to catch up.
Yes.
Let's take a break on that note, Siti, shall we?
Yes, let's.
Hold it. Like this.
Yes, please.
And then we're going to come back and look into this a little bit more as we take a look at weather and traffic. Abdullahi Alas is in the studio with us today, and we're looking at the far-reaching effects of, a nullification of a result of a census, what it could actually mean. Abdullahi is seeing deeper meaning into this. Let's come back and open it up just a little bit more when we come back from this.
For the first time in 60 years.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi at 20 and we'll see highs of 25, it's clouded 19 in Nakuru and 19 and cloudy in Nyeri. Eldoret at 17 is mostly sunny while Mombasa at cloudy at 29, highs of 32. Malindi at 31 is cloudy with highs of 32. 24 in a mostly sunny Kisumu and partly sunny at 24. Looking at cloudy conditions in Kampala, and the rain is still coming down in Dar es Salaam. In Lagos and partly sunny conditions at 24 in Kinshasa. It's 18 and sunny in Beijing with 4 and cloudy in Paris and 4 and cloudy in London. It's 11 degrees and clear in New York, coming down to lows of 3.
Spice up your life.
All right, whatever's happening on Kiambu Road this morning is not fun because traffic seems to be stretching as opposed to diminishing this hour. And it is bumper to bumper as you try to make your way round towards Muthaiga Square. On the Thika Superhighway, incidentally, all that traffic has cleared up. So we're looking at those roads, Kiambu Road, Muthaiga, coming in from Limuru Road. And that's very busy this morning. It looks like there'll be just a little bit past traffic hour today. Everything else in the city seems to be moving along swiftly. Not a problem. Jogo Road, there is some traffic as you get then towards Landy. Southern Bypass looks good. However, when you're coming in from Ombaso Road, from your areas of Mulolongo out towards Syokimau, no problems here. I'm going to keep an eye on things through the day. Talk to us, SpiceFM, KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Abdullahi Alas is in the studio with us this morning. We're looking at, the event here is the nullification of a census result, right? But there's a lot more that is behind the scenes in terms of what could possibly be happening. And of course, people are asking, why those three? Why would you see that? What has been allocated, has that changed? Yes. But now as we look forward and say, okay, fine.
They're all in Northeastern.
Okay, yes. Of course, they're all in Northeastern. The intended marginalization, and that's where we're coming off from, CT. And I'd like you to just open up that point just a little bit more. The intended marginalization of some of these areas, are we still looking at that being a practice today? And does it affect how then, devolution plays out? How the national government will now allocate resources for these areas?
What is prevalent now is more an absence of astute leadership. Mm-hmm. Because the moment we had devolution, it was understood by the people who fought for it, that in the absence of that, this perennial problem of marginalization was going to continue taking place. Okay? So resources are brought to your doorstep. Now, how well it is used is determined by the leadership that you have. There's a choice here. We can live in the past and continue talking about the marginalization. Mm-hmm. Or we can use the marginalization as a reference point to what it is that needs to be corrected. Because a lot of harm arose as a result of that. And having now governments that are run by locals, wherever it is you come from, you want to make sure that the same doesn't happen. Because when you have leadership, even at the county level, there's still marginalization. You'll find it's either a clan issue or a tribe issue or a community issue. It's that thing percolates and it still goes down there. Now so if you're fighting it at the national level, you must fight it even harder.
Harder at the grassroots.
At the county level, because now that is your county, yours, you and the people who are probably related to in one way or the other. Mm-hmm. But the issue that I think is at the heart of it, and I think this is what Abdullah is trying to bring out, is when other people are marginalized and others are given an equal advantage. The discussion of equity points to that. Now, let me explain something that happened over time. The thing that central Kenya has had for the longest time was proximity to Nairobi. And as Nairobi grew, what was likely to happen is that just something as simple as the land value was likely to go up. Proximity again. Before independence, when you talked about development and you talked about education, you talk about this service like healthcare, agriculture, the places that were most likely to receive that benefit were those who had proximity to the seat of power, which was Nairobi. And for a long time, they benefited. Because if you got education ahead of everybody else, when jobs came a begging, your people are the ones who would get the jobs. Now, the whole purpose of looking at a census, I've parked that discussion, is so that you can plan appropriately. Now, Abdullah is saying that planning didn't. One, when you look at the census and you look at other socio-economic factors that come or should be considered for planning, in many ways that was never considered. This Harambee system that we speak about, let me talk about education. Part of the reason why you'll find some people have a disproportionate number of schools is because they had Harambee schools, and in time the government took the schools over, so they became government schools. Yes. Some had been mission schools. Again, where the mission built schools, the government then took them over. When the government took them over, again, where there were a lot of these activities, the advantage was there even before we got independence. At independence, when we became more aware, we suddenly realized, wait a moment, how is it that some of these places, and yet the place where the mission first landed was in Mombasa. Rabai Mission was one of the oldest. Now the coast for a long time has also been marginalized. Now that's where the leadership issue comes in. What sort of leadership have areas had? But let's come to the present.
Yes.
When we seek to have a discussion such as the one we're having, we must have an honest discussion. And the honest is that those who have been in power like to retain it. They want to keep it. Why? They more than anybody else have understood the benefits of having one of their own. And we've associated, our presidencies with goodies that come to your people because your person is the president. Truth be told, if President Moi had not been president for 24 years, many things that happened in the Rift Valley would not have happened. It's just a simple fact.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying.
And before you chime in, City, as we talk about in the current present time, 2019 census, one would also beg to ask, as the leaders within the counties that were affected, what role did they play in making sure that everything happens well? Because they have a role in making sure that their people get the services that they deserve, including correct census.
First of all, is Northeastern better than 2013 or 2012?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, yes.
Yes.
Mandera today has over 5,000 employees. Employed
through
by
devolution.
Through devolution.
Yes.
Mandera has more than 58 doctors. Mandera has more than 18 specialized doctors. Mandera is, budgeting for its development.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have issues of either embezzlement or this? Yes. It's an inherent underlying factor in the country. It's a problem everywhere. And that's a societal problem. Because when the leader, I'll give you like some examples, neighbors, Rwanda and Singapore. Why do you think they're better than us? Even though our economy, the economy I think of our counties is that of Rwanda. Kenya is a very rich country, very, very rich country. But 30% of the budget is stored in the presidency, in parliament, and treasury. That was said by, it's stolen.
It's stolen.
Budgetary, planned thuggery in budgetary.
It's budgetary theft.
Yeah. It's not just theft. It is stealing the future of our people and killing people. It's more or less a budgeted murder. Because you're stealing money meant for medicine, for cancer, for roads. You build a substandard votes. My car falls in it. I die in it. Whose problem is that? Now, that is a societal issue. This is a society. If you want to know Ndu,
yes,
I was in Nairobi for 3 years and I was driving my old Nissan. If you want to know how mannerless Kenyans are and how shameless they are driving the streets of Nairobi, they blame politicians. Let's say you have an interjection where one road there is a jam, but the other one is open. What do you need to do as a person with common sense? Allow these other ones to pass, so because you're not going anywhere. They don't do that. And the idiot is having a very big tie. You know what I call educated fools. You can go to school but still be a maniac. What defines a person is not because you have gone to school. It is the self-conscious that you don't want to harm to other people. You want to respect other people. You want to behave like this. You want to dress like this. Those things you don't get them from school. No. It's a personal decision. Now, if the society, I was driving, after a guy who was driving a V8, my car is an old diesel petrol. V8 is like 18 million and the car I'm driving is like 2 million. Ile chupa ya maji walikunywa.
Yes.
Na ile banana walikula.
They tossed out the window.
He did not have the manners to have the logic that put these things in your car and wait for a dustbin. And maybe he's a PhD holder. How did knowledge help you? So we have a societal. Ruto was a chicken seller, but he's still behaving like a chicken seller when even he became the president. When you become a president for a country,
how do chicken sellers behave?
You rush around. Like when I was selling milk, I was a milk vendor. I told you.
You run from one place to the next.
You run from one car to another. When you're selling chicken and eggs, you run from one car. I'm sure you have driven through Nairobi or in Kenya. There are mothers who are struggling. They bring you mangoes. They bring, what do they do?
Bananas.
They run around. In government, you don't behave like that. In government, those mothers are doing business. I was doing business when I was a milk vendor. In government, it's not a place where you're doing business. In government, it's a place you manage resources prudently in the benefit of providing service to your people. In fact, today, Ruto and his children they've joined the billionaires. He used to talk about dynasties like some years ago. Today he has joined the dynasties. His drive, people are alleging that his daughter has 32 million Bentley car from London. We don't have just allegations.
Allegations. We do not know this, so we cannot.
Look at the billionaires. So what we are saying, whatever you are seeing in Census is just the scratch underlying a competition of a country where it has ethnic groups that one wants to be suprema. If you ask my honest opinion, the number one community in this country is Luyas. You know why? I lived in Busia. I saw how they give birth. They are more or less like the Somalis. It's on the media that people, especially the ladies, our sisters, I'm not trying to insult them, in central Kenya were complaining that the men are not working so that they sire children. There was a time in central people were saying there are no ECD students or children, or pupils. So these are things that were designed when Moi time. Uhuru came.
I'm trying to make the connection.
I'm trying to say.
Allow me to correct you.
Okay.
Allow me to correct. Just please allow me.
It's okay. You can correct me.
I can. Okay.
Because I'm not experiencing opinion.
Remember the proximity that I spoke of with the city.
I know.
It also means that when new ideas come in, you are the first to absorb them.
Yes.
Let's talk of family planning. Okay. Before the advent of this illicit alcohol that caused havoc, mostly in central Kenya.
Yes.
Okay.
Was it deliberately planned by the state, or it was just?
Conspiracy theory would have us believe that the state planned it, but
yes.
there were individuals who were actually manufacturing that alcohol here in industrial area. Some in what they call Kariobangi light industries. They were being in the full glare of the government. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So which means the government allowed that to happen?
No. If I want to be a conspiracy theory, I may think that way. But today I'm not going to be a conspiracy theorist. The point I'm trying to make is this. There were many factors that contributed to the low birth. And it is true. Schools closed. It is true. It is true. So essentially, one could even argue that the population started declining. It is true. You could argue that. And your argument about the western part of Kenya and the increase in population, that is also true. See, truism is supported by fact. If someone says this is true, usually
show me something.
Yes, and one of the simplest ways of gathering data is by observing. When you observe, you can see and you can tell. So what you're saying is this, Abdullahi. When the government doesn't do what it's supposed to do to protect its people, then inadvertently you could say they have purposed to have the wrong done. That's what I'm saying.
Yes. And you know, when they want to retain power, they bring chaos, like what's happening with KK. It's a deliberate... historians have written about it. Ndu,
yes.
I sat in class for 1,500 hours. That's 2 years. Okay? I have also trained my mind not to conform. If I am not hungry in the morning, I don't eat.
Not eat. Not just because they said you should have breakfast.
I don't know. Food, for me, I eat food so that I survive and do what I want, so that I don't become hypoglycemic. So that my sugar level doesn't go down, my brain doesn't collapse. But I don't live in this world to eat. That is not the purpose why I live in this world. Now what I'm saying is this. I do not want to have a conformed discussion wherever I go. This country, we are not supposed to tap each other on the back. Last night, it rained heavily in Nairobi. How many Kenyans slept outside? In the cold. Because of failed leadership. Because people stole their money. Because they have no hearts. This country, as I told you, is very rich. Iniquity means if you... That's why you hear Ichungwa say he has gone to Alliance.
Actually, not say. He reminds us very often.
All out, isn't it? Now, what he doesn't know is that those of us who went to Mandela Secondary School or Wajir High School have equally brains.
True.
Because of his... If Ichungwa was born in Pokot, or he was born in Turkana, a place I went to call Lomelo, between the Turkanas and the Pokots. I told you there are over 500 households that have no school and chief.
Yes.
If Ichungwa was born there, will you have attended the
Alliance?
Well, it depends if you got the grades.
No, there are many who get the grades and did not go.
Well, you could apply.
Yeah.
You could apply, and if you got the grades...
Abdullahi has a point.
The simplistic thinking is that one. The simplistic way of just saying, if he gets an A, there are people who went to Alliance and got C minus.
What we're saying...
So the grade, sometimes they don't matter where you go.
But there's a reason for that, Abdullah.
What I'm saying, I'm trying to tell you is this. It was because he was within the proximity of a certain area.
He was in an ecosystem.
That allowed him to benefit from that. A lot of people from Ramo attended Alliance. A lot of people from Mandera Alliance and Stare. The governor of Mandera, Wajir, was in Stare. But that's not... Just because you attended Stare doesn't necessarily mean that you're better than any other person. You just got an opportunity and a grade. There are those who went to University of Nairobi and today they are collecting garbages in Mandela.
Are we seeing that there's a difference in terms of how people have been comporting themselves after devolution?
No. What I'm saying is this.
I need you to answer this question.
Because
and there's a reason why I'm asking.
The child who was born in my village.
There's a reason I'm asking this question, Abdullahi. Have we seen that there's a difference in how people comport themselves? And I'm saying this specifically after devolution. By your own admission, things have changed significantly after devolution. There has been money that has been sent to the counties.
That never was there.
That was never there before.
Yes.
And that the perennial complaint was that, well, resources don't reach here. Fine. Devolution was introduced. Counties got bosses. Individuals were, you said 5,000 people are now being hired by the
all the roads in Mandela tarmac.
Now we have the government essentially has now said, fine, let's open it up. But in 2025, we still hear the same complaint that was there in 1985. In 1995.
The people of Kenya decided to have not the government. The people of Kenya decided they are going to have a model of government.
Yes, and the government implemented that because of the fact that they have the powers and the tools to do so.
Yes.
The government
implemented it.
Yes.
Nobody else can implement. Nobody else can implement.
I do not want your words to be put in my mouth.
No,
I want to speak my mind.
No, but I'm saying very
clearly.
clearly.
Saying from what I understand about governance.
No, what I'm saying very clearly.
The people of Kenya have put structures in place.
Abdullahi, please understand what I'm saying. That the constitution indeed held together by the sovereign, but the implementing authority of the constitution is the government.
Who gave them the powers?
The people.
So first, now Kenyans have decided they are going to have this model of government, and this is their taxes that are going to be managed by people.
You're determined that we shouldn't bring the government into this
No, I'm saying,
yes.
No matter how thin you slice it.
I'm not trying to slice it. I'm saying the country has population that have decided they are going to be governed
in a certain way.
In a certain way.
And we agree.
We agree. We have collected resources.
Yes.
Now, the people we give the resources, both at the national government and the county government, have not fulfilled the dreams and the aspirations of the Kenyan people.
So they've not done it right.
They have not done it right.
Okay, there's an admission.
But now, there is a difference between having a good system and having money and then people managing it, abusing it. Kenya has one of the best constitutions. Okay? 256 articles, 18 chapters, well written, very simple English, with statutory laws. There is nothing complex about this constitution. Remember, I went to court and I was presenting myself.
Yes.
But I made it my business to study it. The problem we have is a societal problem. That those in power, because you're blaming only Ruto and the MPs, these are about 400 people, 500 people. What happened to the 56 million?
No, you have a point there, Abdullahi.
What happened to the 56 million?
You have a point.
Now, what they did is, any state, if you study politics, even from government from medieval days, the government does not always do anything good for the people. It doesn't work in the interest. Whether it is Trump doing that in America, whether it's the new Prime Minister of Canada who was a banker in London, or whether it is William Ruto here. It is the people who are supposed to be alert. The people. Now, you saw what happened in Kisii.
We've moved from this.
No, we are coming. So all these things are interrelated.
I want to take us back to what we're discussing about the discrepancy.
Yes.
You see, how do you explain 2009 to 2019 a decline in the population
by 63,000?
Yes, no, even if it was 2,000, when every indicator that is used to gather this data, there's something, let me explain to you. There are two methods that are often used. There's the extrapolation method and the cohort component method. The cohort component is the more detailed one. This is what was used in 2019. Okay? How then, using this method, and you've looked at births, at deaths.
So you're speaking to us as a researcher?
Yes. As migration.
Yes.
And you can see that the number of people who are getting married are increasing because more and more people are able to, children who are being born and more. And then you want to present that there's a decline in the population. How exactly do you arrive at that?
Balambala in 2009 was 94,029.
Yes.
Balambala in Garissa County in 2009 was 94,029. The same Balambala in 2019, when even KNBS record shows that an average house has 7 families. In 10 years, it is 32,257. That's why I'm telling you, development and planning for resources is secondary in Kenyan census. First of all, we are one of the most successful countries in terms of conducting census.
Yes.
The last, I think 6 times
True.
now.
True.
6 times now.
Yeah.
So in that way, we are good. But this census were all dependent on who was the president.
And of
what
course,
regions they wanted to favor.
And anybody who would give a reason and say, oh, maybe there was a typographical error. Hold on. Would the question then would be, well, if there was a typographical error there, why did we not see such errors in other parts of the country?
Not only that, why were there no measures in place to detect it in the field? He's a researcher. You don't just do things.
So, beyond face value, Abdullahi, what would you say would be the reason why such a quote-unquote mistake was made?
It's not a mistake. I told you it's by design.
That's why I said quote-unquote.
Yeah, it's not a mistake. Let me tell you, there is something that the Kenyan government cannot take away from the people of northern Kenya. The camel is a very tough animal. So are the people.
Yeah.
So we are very resilient people. Now, when you say Somalis are very small or this, I can authoritatively say from the raw data. I don't speak from speculations. From the raw data. In the last census, Luyas were number 1. Somalis, Kikuyus, and Kalenjins were competing for number 3.
Who was number 2?
We were competing for number 2. Okay. I'm telling you.
Okay.
So this nonsense of saying number 6, how can... My father gave birth to 19. And when the other day we were talking, my father, his siblings, and their children are 81. Moses Korea has 2 kids. I'm 1 to 10. Actually, and every other family is the same.
You're putting across the same argument that those who have wanted to prove that their population is the most in the country have put across. Statistically, it may be proven not to be quite true because nobody talks about a declining population when you're a certain number, as in central, and the birth rate goes down. That population will be declining, whether you like it or not. By the same token, when I told you about birth, you look at the number of people who are of birth of what? Age. Who are able to give birth. What age? Okay? And then that's where the extrapolation comes in.
Yes.
You look and say, if you look at the possibility of people who would die, attrition, and look at the possibility of those who died, and so forth. I'm simply saying, the science and the understanding of populations is not difficult.
Very simple.
In 10 seconds, Abdullahi, where must we be looking?
What I'm going to say is that, first of all, I would like Kenya National Bureau of Statistics to go to the hospitals in northern Kenya and to go to the hospitals in other regions and then compare. Not this statistical algorithm
of counting things on a tablet.
This negative thing.
Yeah.
Kenya is a country. You remember the last few months, the rift of leadership in central Kenya and Somalis. Duale this, Duale that. Dinyoro saying so and so saying this. So there is this silent war between the Somali community and the Kikuyu community.
It's not silent.
Yeah. No. Now it has been amplified, and it's because one business. Somalis have come to Nairobi. If there are few, why are they almost taken everywhere? Everywhere. Kilimani is gone. Isli is gone. South Sea is gone.
That isn't a factor of numbers. That is a factor of the ability to pool resources together and to understand how to utilize.
Yeah, but why don't we see 6 Kenyans or 6 Kikuyu sitting somewhere making stories while 6 Somalis or 10 Somalis are in a hotel if the population is less?
Questions that we need to continue having. And, this discourse is important. And, we had 10 seconds, Abdullahi. But look, conversations must continue. These are things we must continue bringing out into the
census in Kenya, development is secondary. It's politics and elections.
Well, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us this morning. Always a breath of fresh air as usual. Asante sana, Abdullahi Alas. Thank you for being here every morning as we do Kenya's biggest conversation. We'll do it again tomorrow morning, God willing, at 6 a.m. Good morning. It's 10:01.
Spice up your life